Chapter 15:13. Less than half a day later, a black-robed middle-aged man arrived at the destination. But there were no signs of a divine kingdom here, and the spatial structure was not very stable. It was clear that a high-level battle had taken place here. "I'm too late." The black-robed man sent a message to God King Nethercloud. In truth, God King Nethercloud had already guessed at the result when he returned to the illusion god Sacred Land. The upper echelon members of the Sacred Land would use a sliver of their soul origin to create soul jades, which would be stored in the Sacred Land. Once a soul jade shattered, it meant death. The soul jades of the Sacred Land members who had gone to the Light Race Divine Kingdom to capture the ninth god I had all shattered. In these circumstances, the enemy had definitely fled. On that day, God King Nethercloud was enraged and attacked the Nightmare Beast King, sealing it once more. Afterward, God King Nethercloud dispatched all his people and even personally searched the Chixing Zone for Giant God Hall and Zhaofeng. But after several months, there was still no clue. At the same time, in the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom, Yu Luping had a grim expression as he entered the Central Heavens Legacy Island. Several divine emissaries, protectors, and even the Heaven Lord were gathered in the pitch-black palace at the top. "Your Excellency Heaven Lord, with my original strength, I was definitely able to capture Zhaofeng, but," Yu Luping got down on one knee and hurriedly explained. "No matter what explanation you have, you still disobeyed my orders." The Heaven Lord's eyes were half closed, and his tone was flat, but it struck fear into Yu Luping's heart. "Yes." Yu Luping did not dare to retort, but there was one thing he had to say. This subordinate's failure this time was closely related to Yu Tianwu. Otherwise, the ninth god I would have already been in our hands. At the mention of Yu Tianwu's name, the atmosphere in the palace instantly changed. The Heaven Lord opened his deep and boundless eyes. "Tell me everything you know about this person in full detail." Although the divine emissaries present were not members of the Heaven's Legacy race, they knew the surname, Yu, and this name. Yu Tianwu was the leader of the Heaven's Legacy race's Sage faction. It had been a very, very long time since the Sage faction had appeared in their sights. They hadn't expected for the Sage faction to appear at such a crucial moment. At the time, the Light Race Divine Kingdom only had Yu Tianwu's projection. Yu Luping immediately told him everything about Yu Tianwu. In reality, his failure had nothing to do with Yu Tianwu, but by bringing this matter up, he could reduce the punishment of the Heavenly Lord. "Looks like the Wise faction has some understanding of our plan. Now that we've reached a critical moment, I won't punish you." A sharp light flashed through the Heaven Lord's calm eyes. The heaven-defying faction's plans had always been strictly confidential. Not even the divine emissaries knew the specifics. But now that the Sage faction had suddenly appeared, he had no choice but to be on guard. "Left Protector, how's the progress on the matter I asked you to investigate?" The Heaven Lord turned to the Protector. The possibility of the Sage faction knowing about his plan was extremely low. What he needed to do now was to complete it as quickly as possible. At that time, everything would be a foregone conclusion, and even the Wise faction wouldn't be able to change anything. In the ancient desolate realm of gods, the ones most connected to Zhaofeng are the spiritual race and Giant God Hall. Now that Giant God Hall has moved, only the spiritual race remains. Moreover, the place where Zhaofeng first appeared was the Gulong Zone, the Protector slowly explained. The Heaven Lord wanted him to investigate everything about Zhaofeng in the ancient desolate realm of gods. Only by understanding everything about Zhaofeng could he find his weakness. The Xiling Zone, where the spiritual race resides, has the life god presiding over it. We cannot move against it right now. The Heaven Lord shook his head. This subordinate has also discovered that Zhaofeng has an extremely close relationship with the daughter of the spiritual race's prodigy, Zhao Yufei. One could say that Zhaofeng joined the spiritual race because of this woman. And now, this woman has left the spiritual race. The Protector smiled. "Okay. You will personally carry out this mission." The Heaven Lord nodded. He felt more at ease with the protector taking care of things. Down below, Yu Luping was startled. The left protector was also a member of the Heaven's Legacy race, a person of high status and authority. He hadn't expected for the Heaven Lord to have the protector personally carry out this mission. However, this also meant that the Heaven Lord was determined to obtain the 9th God Eye. Zhao Feng was doomed. On the other end, Zhao Feng and Giant God Hall rode on the Light Race's divine kingdom and began the long journey to the Sage faction. The location given by Yu Tianwu was extremely far from the Chixing zone. But this was also fine. They could avoid the trouble of the illusion god Sacred Land. Along the way, everyone was in seclusion. The Light Race shouldered the mission of vengeance and needed to get stronger. Giant God Hall was also facing an enemy in the form of the illusion god Sacred Land. Under pressure and humiliation, it was easier for people to stimulate their potential. At this time, Zhao Feng was also in the Divine Kingdom, beginning his long seclusion. He had just broken into the second heaven, so he needed to spend a great deal of time consolidating his cultivation. Every time he cultivated, he would restrict himself in various aspects and seek out opponents within the Divine Kingdom to temper himself. Unknowingly, Zhao Feng had spent 10-some years consolidating his cultivation. Of course, this was all within the Divine Kingdom. In this period of time, Zhao Feng's primal chaos energy had made significant progress, and among his other intents, his lightning intent had successfully advanced to the level of a law. Perhaps this was because Zhao Feng had a lightning soul body, or perhaps it was because the dream god Eye had improved in terms of comprehension, allowing him to unexpectedly break through to the level of a law in the lightning Tao. Besides consolidating his cultivation and increasing his cultivation, Zhao Feng spent the majority of his time on the dream god Eye. The dream god Eye had already reached the god Eye level, but Zhao Feng still had not been able to fully use its power. This was also limited by his cultivation. Besides researching Dream Eye bloodline techniques, Zhao Feng had not forgotten his previous path. Long ago, he had an idea. He wanted to fuse primal chaos energy into the tribulation lightning eye flame, or perhaps fuse the primal chaos divine sword into tribulation lightning energy. Now that Zhao Feng could easily use the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword, and he had also comprehended a law in the lightning Tao, it was much easier for him to experiment with eye bloodline techniques. Swish! Lightning symbols appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye. At the same time, a miniature primal chaos divine sword formed within it, and the two slowly fused together. The-ish! All of a sudden, a sword of lightning shot out. Wherever it passed, it left a twisted scar in the air. The primal chaos divine sword fused with tribulation lightning energy had significantly increased its penetrative power and power. But Zhao Feng was not completely satisfied. His original plan was to fuse the tribulation lightning eye flame with the primal chaos divine sword, giving it an extraordinary power that could be unleashed instantly. Although the primal chaos lightning sword that Zhao Feng had comprehended was fast, it could not be unleashed instantly. There was still a chance of dodging it. 3 years later, the Light Race Divine Kingdom arrived at the western part of the ancient desolate realm of gods, the Thousand Mountain Zone. The Thousand Mountain Zone was adjacent to the Thousand Mountain Zone, and the Tianhe Zone and the Tongtai Zone were two of them. Zhao Feng was rather surprised that the Sage faction was hiding here. Back then, Zhao Feng had been captured by the heaven-defying faction in the Tianhe Zone, and then he had offended the Tongtai Zone's Golden Dragon Sacred Land. The Tongtai Zone was probably still searching for him. However, he was confident that if he hid in the Sage faction's territory, the Golden Dragon Sacred Land would not be able to find him. Deep within the misty mountains, Xian Wuhan, Twilight Valley, and Zhao Feng arrived at a cold and desolate valley. "This is the place," Twilight Valley softly said. At this moment, buzz. Buzz. In the distance, the mist surged, forming a path. After passing through the path, a mysterious and beautiful land that seemed like a paradise appeared before everyone's eyes. The Sage faction's territory was a place of verdant hills and limpid waters. Shrouded in mist, it appeared mysterious and serene, as if all the clamor had left the mortal world. When the group arrived, they inexplicably calmed down. "Welcome, everyone. Lord Heaven Shaman invites you." Not far away, a sage in a pitch-black robe said gently. At the same time, his eyes examined Zhao Feng. Under the guidance of this sage, the group began to walk through the territory of the Sage faction. The world was a vast expanse of white, but in this pure white world, one could see the tips of many black towers. And in the center of this world, there was an unusually majestic, mysterious, and ancient pitch-black tower. The Heaven's Legacy race, the Sage faction. Xin Wuhan found it difficult to calm his excitement. The Heaven's Legacy race was the third-ranked mythical race, and he was about to meet the leader of the Heaven's Legacy race's Sage faction. Each of them had countless questions and problems in their minds. The Heaven's Legacy race was the most intelligent race. Perhaps Giant God Hall would be able to obtain the guidance of fate here. Upon reaching the top floor, the group realized that there were only 5 people in this quiet and spacious space, making it seem rather empty. They focused their gazes on the 2 people in front of them. One of them had an appearance completely similar to the projection that had appeared in the light race divine kingdom. The woman next to him was serene, mysterious, and beautiful. Sage, Zhao Feng was stunned. He had originally planned to ask Yu Tianwu for help. Where had Fanluan Ancient Sound Palace and Lu Qinxin gone? Why did he see a woman who looked extremely similar to Lu Qinxin in the ancient desolate realm of gods? But now, this mysterious woman who looked extremely similar to Lu Qinxin was standing right next to Yu Tianwu. Of course, Xin Wuhan and Twilight Valley were also rather surprised to see this white-clothed woman. Back in the Light Race Divine Kingdom, when they had fought with the Heaven's Legacy race's Yuhang, they had seen a figure that looked extremely similar to this woman, and that cat had also been there. So that's how it was. Was it the Sage faction that helped the Light Race? Twilight Valley inwardly sighed. It seemed that the Sage faction was truly different from the Heaven-defying faction. He had made the right choice this time. As for Xin Wuhan, he felt that the woman before him was very familiar. "You, just who are you?" Zhao Feng carefully examined the white-clothed woman. "Feng, we meet again." At that moment, the other party said with a complicated expression. "Are you Lu Qinxin or Lu Qinin?" The woman's words caused Zhao Feng's mind to go blank. "A name is just a code. All you need to know is that I am that person. It doesn't matter what you call me." Although the woman in white had a calm expression on her face, everyone could sense her joyful mood at the moment. "It really is you? Qinxin." Zhao Feng found this somewhat hard to believe. The woman before him really was that person from the continent zone. Since she had said that Lu Qinxin and Lu Qinin were both her, it didn't matter what she was called. Zhao Feng chose the name Lu Qinxin. After all, he had more memories of this name. Meow meow. At this moment, the little thieving cat leapt out of the interspatial dimension and looked around with wide eyes. At the same time, the big lazy cat on Lu Qinxin's shoulder opened its lazy eyes. When it saw the little thieving cat, it immediately revealed a look of disdain. Meow meow. The little thieving cat grunted and puffed out its chest. It glanced at the big lazy cat provocatively. Chapter 15-14. The conversation between the 2 cats shattered the atmosphere. Within the tall tower, several experienced sages looked thoughtfully at the little thieving cat. Zhao Feng coughed and looked at Yu Tianwu. Although Yu Tianwu had already said that the 6 warlock divine sage of the continent zone was one of his clones, Zhao Feng was not as familiar with Yu Tianwu as he was with the sage. "Sage, just what is the background of this cat?" Zhao Feng pointed at the little thieving cat and asked. The Heaven's Legacy cat was the highest secret of the Heaven's Legacy race, so Yu Tianwu definitely knew about it. The question was whether or not he was willing to talk about it. I didn't think that the Heaven's Legacy cat at your side had already grown to this level. Yu Tianwu said in surprise as he carefully examined the little thieving cat. Zhao Feng looked at the big lazy cat on Lu Qinxin's back. The little thieving cat's recent growth was mainly in size and the changes in the patterns on its body, but it seemed that the big lazy cat was not one bit inferior to the little thieving cat. The big lazy cat had always been very large, and its body was covered in many silver stripes. The Heaven's Legacy cat was originally implanted with the bloodline of the Heaven's Legacy race, and it also had other abilities. It was the best partner for the Heaven's Legacy race. But later on, the Heaven-defying faction used the Heaven's Legacy cat to carry out the ancient race duplication project. Yu Tianwu's sudden words left Zhao Feng stunned. The Heaven's Legacy cat? The ancient race duplication project? Zhao Feng blurted out. Yu Tianwu's words shocked Xian Wuheng in Twilight Valley. This cat was actually related to the ancient race, the number one race of the 10,000 ancient races. They had heard that the Heaven's Legacy race wanted to control the ancient race bloodline, but they had no idea what the specifics were. The ancient race bloodline is too powerful. Less than one in several billion people can safely fuse with it. But the creatures created by the Heaven's Legacy race can be modified. Moreover, once the Heaven's Legacy cat successfully fuses with the ancient race bloodline, it means that the Heaven's Legacy race can also fuse with the ancient race bloodline. Yu Tianwu revealed a shocking matter. Twilight Valley and Xian Wuheng were stunned. As expected, the Heaven's Legacy race wanted to control the power of the ancient race. Then this thieving cat. Zhao Feng hadn't expected the little thieving cat to be hiding such a secret. It was no wonder that the Heaven's Legacy race desired the Heaven's Legacy cat so much, even nurturing it. It turned out that it was for its bloodline. At the same time, Zhao Feng was pleasantly surprised. The little thieving cat was so powerful. If it was properly raised, it would definitely be of great help. However, your Heaven's Legacy cat is a failure. Yu Tianwu said again. Zhao Feng was stunned. The little thieving cat was a failure. Meow meow. The little thieving cat immediately became extremely dissatisfied. It gestured and said that it was unique and not a failure. Although it's a failure, it's mutated, creating many variables. It's already broken away from the original Heaven's Legacy cat produced by the Heaven's Legacy race. Although it doesn't have the bloodline of the ancient races, it seems to have the ability to simulate the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races. Yu Tianwu continued with a smile. Hearing this, the little thieving cat didn't pursue the matter any further. Imitate the 10,000 ancient races? Zhao Feng carefully thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. The little thieving cat could use the secret arts of many bloodline races, but it could at most imitate 10 some ancient races. The top 10 bloodlines were much more difficult. Of course, according to Yu Tianwu, the little thieving cat still had room to grow. With this, Zhao Feng's puzzle about the little thieving cat was solved. Sage, why did you send your clone to the continent zone? As they chatted, Zhao Feng realized that the sage was rather easygoing, even revealing the highest secrets of the Heaven's Legacy race. Thus, Zhao Feng also became more casual. The dimension outside the ancient desolate realm of gods was called the outer dimension, and there were countless dimensions similar to the continent zone in the outer dimension. Why would the leader of the sage faction, Yu Tianwu, leave a clone in the continent zone? What was his goal? The little thieving cat? Or the ninth god eye? The Heaven's Legacy race is a race from beyond the heavens. You should know this, right? Yu Tianwu was rather surprised, clearly not expecting Zhao Feng to ask this question, but he still answered bluntly. Beyond the heavens. The crowd was startled. The Heaven's Legacy race truly had suddenly appeared in the fan universe during the ancient era. The world beyond the heavens had always been a mystery to them. The original civilization of the Heaven's Legacy race was destroyed, and it split into several branches to explore the primal chaos world beyond the heavens. Our branch inadvertently fell into this strange world and became unable to communicate with the outside world. I am currently searching for a chance to leave this place. Back then, I deduced many points of opportunity, and I have clones in almost all of these dimensions. The continent zone that you live in is one of them. Yu Tianwu explained the reason. As it turned out, there were many small dimensions in the outer dimension that had Yu Tianwu's clones. The Sixth Warlock Sage was just one of them. Leave this place. Zhao Feng still couldn't understand this, and neither could the others. Up until now, no one had ever left the Fan universe, and many of the great powers of the ancient era believed that this was the only world. Later on, the arrival of the Heaven's Legacy race shattered this belief. This chance might be on you, Yu Tianwu said. Of course, Yu Tianwu couldn't be certain of this. The ninth god eye had too many variables and possibilities. Zhao Feng said nothing. He didn't know much about the ninth god eye. Yu Tianwu said that the chance for the Heaven's Legacy race to leave the Fan universe was on him, and Zhao Feng couldn't help him. In addition, Zhao Feng was still skeptical about this point. No one had left the Fan universe for countless years, and even after the birth of the 8 great god eyes, he had never heard of such a theory. How could this possibility appear just because of the ninth god eye? Then what is the heaven-defying faction's goal? Zhao Feng asked. The heaven-defying faction was also a member of the Heaven's Legacy race. Could their goal be the same as the Sage factions? Leaving the Fan universe. Their goal might be the same as ours, but this old man isn't sure what they are planning. However, I can speculate that once the heaven-defying faction's plan succeeds, the entire ancient desolate realm of gods will suffer a calamity. Yu Tianwu thought for a few moments before sighing. I feel like their goal is different from the Sage factions. Twilight Valley coldly snorted. He felt extreme hatred for the heaven-defying faction. He did not believe that they would commit such despicable acts for this goal. I don't know this yet, but the heaven-defying faction's plan is definitely connected to the ninth god eye. Thus, Zhao Feng, you should stay here for now. Once you can completely use the power of the ninth god eye, you won't have to fear anything. Yu Tianwu voiced his thoughts. This was also what Zhao Feng was thinking. He rather trusted Yu Tianwu's conjectures. Of course, Lu Qinxin was also part of the reason. If the heaven-defying faction succeeded, it would wreak a massive calamity on the entire ancient desolate realm of gods. He did not want to see this. The last ancient war had caused the entire ancient desolate realm of gods to fall apart. The 10,000 races had suffered heavy losses, and some had even been wiped out. If such a thing were to happen again, who knew what would happen to the Fan universe? We've also disturbed you, Xin Wuhan politely said. On his first day at the Sage faction, he had learned of such an astonishing secret. It seemed like his choice had been correct. Zhao Feng, Giant God Hall, and the Light Race remained in the Sage faction for the time being. Lu Qinxin, where did your Eye of Destiny come from? Zhao Feng looked at Lu Qinxin in confusion. In the continent zone, Lu Qinxin didn't have an eye bloodline. A legacy from the Fanluan ancient Sound Palace. Lu Qinxin calmly said. So the Fanluan ancient Sound Palace was actually this special. Zhao Feng softly sighed. The Fanluan ancient Sound Palace had not only given Lu Qinxin an eye bloodline, but it had also allowed her to ascend and enter the ancient desolate realm of gods. How did you come to the Sage faction? Zhao Feng continued to ask. Although Lu Qinxin was noble and mysterious, calm and elegant, Zhao Feng felt a sense of familiarity. After taking Zhao Feng to his private residence, Lu Qinxin left. Just like that, Zhao Feng's group temporarily resided in the Sage faction. The Sage faction also had quite a few crystallizations of the Heaven's Legacy race's wisdom, which were beneficial for cultivation. The little thieving cat was also nowhere to be seen, apparently exploring the place. When Zhao Feng wasn't cultivating, he could also see Lu Qinxin. Although they didn't seem to have much to talk about, once they started to talk, they would forget about time, as if their conversation would never end. In the sage faction, Zhao Feng used several years to completely consolidate his cultivation. He began to cultivate the primal chaos scripture and advance to a higher level. He originally believed that the following days would be peaceful and uneventful. One day, Yu Tianwu once more invited Zhao Feng over. The atmosphere within the tower was solemn. What bad news is there? Zhao Feng sensed that something was wrong. Anything that could make the sage faction so serious could not be good. The heaven-defying faction is determined to obtain the 9th God Eye. You hid for several years, so they thought of another way to force you out. Yu Tianwu said. It really is related to the heaven-defying faction. Zhao Feng's eyes focused. Feng, martial ancestor, and I have deduced that the heaven-defying faction might attack Zhao Yufei. Lu Qinxin stepped forward, a complicated expression on her face. Chapter 15:15. Feng, martial ancestor, and I have speculated that the heaven-defying faction might be targeting Zhao Yufei. Lu Qinxin stepped forward, a complicated expression on her face. Zhao Feng was stunned. He hadn't expected the heaven-defying faction to target Zhao Yufei. In truth, the heaven-defying faction's goal was Zhao Feng. They couldn't find any trace of Zhao Feng, so they wanted to use this method to force Zhao Feng to show himself. I've implicated Yufei. Zhao Feng felt a tinge of guilt, but he was even more angry. He hadn't expected the heaven-defying faction to use such a despicable plan. Qinxin, is there any way to resolve this danger? Zhao Feng immediately asked. Up until now, Zhao Yufei might still be kept in the dark, unaware of this hidden fatal danger. And based on what Lu Qinxin said, the heaven-defying faction might be targeting Zhao Yufei, so they probably hadn't succeeded yet and were probably in the process of searching for her. As long as they could find Zhao Yufei before the heaven-defying faction found Zhao Yufei, they would be able to perfectly resolve this matter. We've already deduced Zhao Yufei's approximate location. A ripple of emotion flitted through Lu Qinxin's eyes when she saw how worried Zhao Feng was. It was only now that Zhao Feng learned that Zhao Yufei had already left the spiritual race. But if this was the case, Zhao Yufei would be in even greater danger. He needed to find her as quickly as possible. Zhao Feng, this trip is extremely dangerous. The 9th God Eye is of utmost importance. You'd best think twice before acting. Yu Tianwu sighed. It was obvious that this was a plan the heaven-defying faction was using to force Zhao Feng to show himself. They had practically dug a trap and were just waiting for Zhao Feng to jump in. Zhao Feng couldn't help but recall the sage's words. If the heaven-defying faction's plan succeeded, the entire ancient desolate realm of gods would suffer a calamity. I can't let Zhao Yufei be harmed because of me. Zhao Feng thought for a moment and said with certainty. If his childhood sweetheart and confidant died because of him, and Zhao Feng knew about it but didn't come to her rescue, he would never be able to rest in peace. This old man respects your choice and will help you interfere with and restrain the heaven-defying faction. Yu Tianwu smiled faintly as if he had already expected Zhao Feng's choice. Thanks a lot. Zhao Feng did not say any more polite words. In order to rescue Zhao Yufei from the hands of the heaven-defying faction, the sage faction's strength was indispensable. All this while, Yu Tianwu had been helping him solve his problems and provided him with help. Zhao Feng had no words to express his gratitude. If he could help the Wise One's faction in the future, he would not reject it. Feng, I will help you too. Lu Qinxin revealed a trace of warmth. Zhao Feng was startled and suddenly felt that something was wrong. The woman in front of him had already acknowledged Lu Qinxin's identity. In this period of interaction, Zhao Feng had also realized that Lu Qinxin had feelings for him. Just now, Zhao Feng had expressed concern for the other woman's crisis. However, Lu Qinxin's expression had been rather calm, which defied common sense. Okay. Zhao Feng looked at Lu Qinxin and readily agreed. At the same time, he saw a trace of sorrow in Lu Qinxin's eyes. But at this moment, finding Zhao Yufei was more important. There was no point in thinking about other things. Following this, Zhao Feng returned to make preparations and informed the light race and Xian Wuheng of this matter. It would naturally be better if they had others to help them against the heaven-defying faction. But Zhao Feng would not force them. After all, this matter was too dangerous. Everything depended on their choice. If Zhao Yufei is in trouble, I naturally will not stand idly by. Xian Wuheng smiled casually. After all, he and Zhao Yufei had come from the same place. Cultivating for so long is rather vexing. It's time to go out and temper myself. Xian Wuheng was rather optimistic. Of course, he had truly made great progress recently. He had already reached the peak of the second heaven and was not far from the third heaven. In his last life, Xian Wuheng had always been extremely talented and had a high chance of becoming a god king. After his rebirth, Xian Wuheng's foundation had become even more solid, and he was even closer to his goal. How confident are you? Twilight Valley asked about the situation. With the help of the Sage faction, if we're lucky, we might be able to find Zhao Yufei before the heaven-defying faction does. If we're unlucky, we might just end up clashing with them. If my luck is bad, I might be able to find Zhao Yufei before the heaven-defying faction. Okay. This time, the light race will help you. After some thought, Twilight Valley agreed. He had originally planned to rely on the power of the giant god race and the ninth god eye to take revenge on the heaven-defying faction. Right now, he could not allow Zhao Feng to die. Moreover, Zhao Feng, Lu Qinxin, and the others had all helped the light race. He chose to help Zhao Feng for two reasons. One was to return the favor, and the other was that he needed Zhao Feng's strength. He could not allow him to die so easily. The fact that Giant God Hall and the light race were willing to help made Zhao Feng extremely happy. On the same day, Zhao Feng set out with the rest of the group. Giant God Hall had Xian Wuheng and the Grand Elder while the light race only had Twilight Valley. After all, they were facing an enemy of extraordinary strength. Numbers alone were not enough to deal with them. What was most needed was top-class fighting power. Based on Yu Tianwu and Lu Qinxin's speculations, Zhao Yufei was probably in the Tianyun zone. The group immediately used the Sage faction's Heaven's Legacy teleportation array to go to the neighboring Tianhe zone. On the way, the little thieving cat would occasionally toss out a few bronze coins to divine Zhao Yufei's position. But there were too few clues. Searching for a single person in such a large zone was rather difficult. Meow meow. The little thieving cat pointed ahead and gestured. Zhao Yufei is in the center of the Tianhe zone. Zhao Feng immediately said as he hurried along with the group. As the little thieving cat divined, the range gradually shrank. Once they reached the center of the Tianhe zone, the little thieving cat continued to eliminate a few more regions. Xian Wuheng and Twilight Valley couldn't help but sigh in amazement. As expected of a Heaven's Legacy cat with the bloodline of the Heaven's Legacy race implanted in it, it was truly extraordinary. Zhao Feng sensed that he was getting closer and closer to Zhao Yufei. I hope that Yufei is fine. Zhao Feng did not hope to find Zhao Yufei before the heaven-defying faction. He only hoped that Zhao Yufei was fine. That way, there would still be a chance. In the center of the Tianhe zone, the burning heaven seat, the Ish. A streak of faint purple light suddenly shot out from within and turned into a woman dressed in a faint purple robe. Her beautiful face caused the men nearby to stare at her with their mouths agape. But at the same time, everyone was able to see that this woman was actually a god lord from what they saw just now. To reach the god lord level at such a young age was truly rare. This woman was naturally Zhao Yufei, who had left the spiritual race to temper herself. 2 months ago, she had used the Heaven Void God Origin ginseng that Zhao Feng had left behind to smoothly break into the God Lord level. At this moment, waves of fire surged through the burning heaven sea. Not good. They're coming. Zhao Yufei's face tensed as she transformed into a violet streak of light and fled. Boom! At this moment, the burning heaven sea exploded apart, and 2 people emerged. One of them was a middle-aged man dressed in red gold armor, shrouded in a faint red flame. Next to him was an elder wearing a red and white robe. That way. The elder's eyes focused. In an instant, the 2 of them gave chase. That middle-aged man isn't the renowned god Lord Bloodthirst of the Purgatory Sacred Land. An ancient god couldn't help but call out in alarm. The Purgatory Sacred Land was a sacred land of the Tianhe Zone. God Lord Bloodthirst was one of the more famous first heaven god lords of the Tianhe Zone. It was rumored that this man was extremely bloodthirsty. Because an ancient god was disrespectful to him, he slaughtered that ancient god and his peak 4-star faction. Who is that woman? She actually offended God Lord Bloodthirst. Now that he set his sights on her, she's dead for sure. A young ancient god slightly shook his head. Little girl of the spiritual race, the more you struggle, the more I, God Lord Bloodthirst, will like you even more. When the time comes, I'll make you wish you were dead. God Lord Bloodthirst had a wicked expression on his face, and he made no attempt to conceal the evil and ruthless desire in his eyes. But after chasing for a while, God Lord Bloodthirst and the elder realized that the distance between them and Zhao Yufei had not shortened at all. This girl isn't simple. God Lord Bloodthirst muttered. Such a young woman, in terms of speed, unexpectedly did not lose to the 2 of them who were at the first layer of heaven. No matter what, she's still of the spiritual race bloodline. If you hadn't revealed your killing intent at the start, you might have already gotten the Blood Spirit God Origin Stone. The long-robed old man scolded in a scolding tone. In the burning heaven sea, Zhao Yufei had inadvertently discovered the Blood Spirit God Origin Stone, and the 2 of them just happened to be passing by, so she decided to kill it. This treasure could increase the density of one's bloodline and increase the atavism. It could also be used to condense divine power and increase one's strength. To a first heaven god lord, the Blood Spirit God Origin Stone was extremely alluring. Even a second heaven god lord would need it. The elder then looked forward and called out, God Lord of the spiritual race, if you are willing to take out the Blood Spirit God Origin Stone and split it with us, we will not pursue this matter any further. Zhao Yufei naturally did not believe them. She completely ignored her pursuers and focused on fleeing. With the legacy of the God Martial race, her comprehension of any combat skill had reached a higher level, and this was also true for secret speed arts. But suddenly, Zhao Yufei sensed several powerful auras in front of her that caused her to feel apprehensive. Focusing her eyes, she saw several figures in the distance. One of them was a man with dreamy silver hair and wearing a silver robe. Wasn't this Zhao Feng? Moreover, the little thieving cat on Zhao Feng's shoulder and Xian Wuhan next to him made her even more certain of this. Brother Feng. Zhao Yufei rejoiced, her eyes red as she prepared to go over. But suddenly, she grimaced. No, I can't let the people of the Purgatory Sacred Land discover Brother Feng. The people of the Purgatory Sacred Land were roaming the burning heaven sea for 2 reasons. One was to investigate the destruction of Vermilion Bird Pavilion and Swift Wind Gate, and the other was to search for clues leading to the 9th God Eye. Zhao Yufei had come to the burning heaven sea because she had heard that the 9th God Eye had appeared here. Now that she was here, she had a clearer understanding of certain things. She knew that many of the great powers of the ancient desolate realm of gods were eyeing the 9th God Eye. Zhao Yufei clenched her teeth and immediately turned around. In the distance, Zhao Feng was also overjoyed to see Zhao Yufei, because they had found Zhao Yufei before the heaven-defying faction. But Zhao Yufei had suddenly turned around, surprising Zhao Feng. But soon after, Zhao Feng understood the reason. His extremely wide field of vision allowed him to see two figures nearly 1 million li away. Chapter 15-16. The Tianyun Zone, near the burning heaven sea, divine emissary Bai Minghui was leading two palace kings, God Lord Tyrant Dragon, and God Lord Heavenly Solitude in searching for Zhao Yufei. In Bai Minghui's hand was a square-shaped instrument with a silver crystal ball in its center. This was the Heaven's Legacy Race's search instrument. They had found traces of Zhao Yufei's energy in the spiritual race and succeeded in creating this instrument. Just where is Zhao Yufei hiding? God Lord Tyrant Dragon was rather anxious. As he was grumbling, the search instrument in Bai Minghui's hand flashed with a dazzling light. Zhao Yufei, over there. Bai Minghui was elated. The group began to head in the direction indicated by the search instrument. On the other side, God Lord Bloodthirst and the robed man were in the middle of pursuing Zhao Yufei. Suddenly, the target they were chasing changed directions. This change caused them to get a little closer to Zhao Yufei. What's wrong with this girl? The long-robed elder was puzzled. Who cares? Let's capture her first. God Lord Bloodthirst's eyes flashed as he sped up. This was the Tianhe Zone, the territory of the Purgatory Sacred Land. Was there a need to worry so much? Swoosh swoosh. The two God Lords immediately changed directions and began to pursue. At this distance, they could already attack and interfere with Zhao Yufei. Bang! God Lord Bloodthirst extended his right hand and thrust out a finger, unleashing a blood-red flame that shot forward. Far in the distance, Zhao Feng knew that Zhao Yufei was trying to protect him by not reuniting with him and drawing away her pursuers. He couldn't help but feel a little warmth in his heart, but he was even more angry. Brother Xian, I'll have to trouble you. Zhao Feng immediately said. The enemy was a god lord, so he could not recklessly expose his identity. Besides, Xian Wuheng alone was enough. Swish. Xian Wuheng's body flickered away. A moment later, he appeared in front of God Lord Bloodthirst and the Elder. Bang! God Lord Bloodthirst's attack struck Xian Wuheng's body, but it was easily blocked, leaving behind only a splash of blood. God Lord Bloodthirst and the long-robed elder both trembled in fear at this sight. To be able to so easily block an attack from God Lord Bloodthirst with his divine body meant that he was either a second heaven God Lord or a third heaven God Lord. In short, the God Master who had suddenly appeared was not someone they could afford to offend. Senior, please forgive me. This one is the Purgatory Sacred Land's God Lord Bloodthirst. I had a dispute with that woman in front of me, so I decided to pursue her. God Lord Bloodthirst immediately lowered his head and explained. In his opinion, the person before him suddenly intervening must have something to do with the little girl from the spirit tribe. Please forgive me if I have offended you. The long-robed elder immediately apologized. Far away, Zhao Feng was observing everything. At the same time, he gathered his thoughts and prepared to send a voice transmission to Zhao Yufei. However, at this moment, three figures appeared in Zhao Feng's vision, causing his expression to change. Found it. God Lord Heavenly Solitude was elated. He hadn't expected that they would be the first to find the target of their mission. The appearance of Bai Minghui's group of three was naturally noticed by Zhao Yufei and the others. So strong. The powerful auras exuded by these three made Zhao Yufei's heart tremble. At the same time, she found it rather strange that they had encountered so many powerful god lords in such a short time. Okay. Bai Minghui's eyes focused as he unleashed a ball of primal chaos energy. You. In a flash, Zhao Yufei knew that the situation was bad. But in the face of Bai Minghui's attack, she was powerless to resist. At this moment, another ball of primal chaos energy howled over. Boom! Bang! Crash! The two primal chaos energies collided, unleashing a storm of divine power that swept through the surroundings. At the same time, Zhao Feng appeared at Zhao Yufei's side to block this storm for her. This energy. Zhao Feng. Bai Minghui's expression darkened, and then his eyes widened in shock. Brother Feng. Zhao Yufei immediately grabbed Zhao Feng's arm. It's fine. I'm here. Zhao Feng lowered his head and gently said. But in his heart, Zhao Feng truly felt that this was a great pity. He had originally believed that if he could find Zhao Yufei before the heaven-defying faction, this matter would be perfectly resolved. But to his surprise, the members of the heaven-defying faction had appeared at this crucial moment, and they were all old acquaintances. Nearby, Xi and Wuhan also felt that this was a great pity. Both they and the heaven-defying faction were using every second they had to find Zhao Yufei. Although they had found her ahead of time, the heaven-defying faction was right behind them. Zhao Feng, this time, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Bai Minghui's expression darkened as he growled. He was already too lazy to care about Zhao Yufei. After all, they had captured Zhao Yufei to force out the ninth god eye. Go in. Without another word, Zhao Feng took Zhao Yufei into his dream divine kingdom. On the other side, Xi and Wuhan abandoned God Lord Bloodthirst's group and immediately retreated. Swoosh swoosh. The two swiftly left, meeting up with Twilight Valley, and then fleeing together. Few third heavens could compare to Zhao Feng and Twilight Valley in terms of speed, and even if they brought Xi and Wuhan with them, their speed wouldn't be much affected. Bai Minghui's group of three immediately pursued, but they realized that they couldn't catch up to Zhao Feng's group. This kid, has he really grown to this level? Bai Minghui was flabbergasted as he watched the figures in front of him gradually vanish. When he heard Yu Luping say that Zhao Feng had killed a third heaven god lord in the Chixing zone, he found it hard to believe. But after his clash with Zhao Feng and the speed Zhao Feng displayed, he now truly believed it. Back then, Zhao Feng hadn't been able to put up much of a fight against him. He hadn't expected for Zhao Feng to grow to this level in just a few short years. Bai Minghui could only sigh. As expected of the owner of the ninth god eye. We can't catch up. What do we do? Lord Divine Emissary. God Lord Heavenly Solitude was worried. There's no need to worry. They can't get away. Bai Minghui was not too worried. He was not the only divine emissary who had come to search for Zhao Yufei. The moment he discovered Zhao Yufei's whereabouts, he had sent a message to everyone. Just as expected, not long after Zhao Feng's group began to flee, a powerful energy appeared in front of them. I truly didn't think that the ninth god eye would appear of its own accord and walk right into a trap. A slender man dressed in white appeared in front of them. Divine Emissary. Zhao Feng's eyes darkened. Back in the Heaven's Legacy Race Divine Kingdom, Zhao Feng had seen all the divine emissaries and had a clear memory of their appearances. The white-clothed man in front of them was one of the divine emissaries. Light Race. Twilight Valley sensed a familiar bloodline energy from this white-clothed man. A moment later, a pitch-black second heaven woman appeared like a streak of light. From her aura, she was probably one of the heaven-defying faction's palace kings. Since that's the case, let's fight. Zhao Feng immediately called out. Previously, when facing the rather slow Bai Minghui, they had a high chance of escaping. But now, this white-clothed divine emissary had the light race bloodline and would probably be very difficult to throw off. Since that was the case, they might as well fight and finish off these people as quickly as possible. The Twilight Valley charged at the white-clothed divine emissary, activating his light race bloodline. He had always hated the heaven-defying faction, and he hated the members of the heaven-defying faction with the light race bloodline even more. Swish. 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 With a wave of his hand, Zhao Feng released his three battle-type clones, Zhao Kong, Zhao Wang, and Zhao Wan. In the battle for the light race divine kingdom, Zhao Feng had slain 2/3 heaven god lords and several second heavens, so he had plenty of resources. Only an extremely small portion of these resources were useful to Zhao Feng. The rest was given to his clones, the Black Destruction Dragon, the Little Thieving Cat, and the others. For this reason, these people had all received a massive boost in strength. Xin Wuheng and Zhao Feng's clones attacked God Lord Tyrant Dragon, God Lord Heavenly Solitude, and the Black-Clothed Woman. Zhao Feng, on the other hand, went to meet Bai Minghui. Primal Chaos Tribulation Lightning Sword. Zhao Feng immediately circulated his primal chaos energy and charged forward. Humph! Bai Minghui coldly snorted as he unleashed a ball of primal chaos energy at Zhao Feng. Bai Minghui felt extremely uncomfortable as he watched this once weak person become as strong as him and possess the same primal chaos energy. Boom! Bang! In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, the two of them exchanged more than a dozen blows. A chaotic energy storm swept out in all directions. Mountains and rivers toppled over and the earth shattered. After exchanging a few blows, the two separated and paused for a few moments. So powerful. His primal chaos energy is on par with mine, but his primal chaos energy also contains tribulation lightning energy. Bai Minghui hatefully glared at Zhao Feng. He originally believed that he could only defeat Zhao Feng, but he had never imagined that he would be the one at a disadvantage against Zhao Feng. Primal Chaos Lock. Bai Minghui thrust out a palm, causing boundless primal chaos energy to surge toward Zhao Feng. Bai Minghui had used this move to capture Zhao Feng. Primal Chaos Lightning Vortex. Zhao Feng released primal chaos energy and tribulation lightning energy, instantly creating a pitch-black lightning vortex. Boom! Bang! Hiss! The two powerful primal chaos energies fiercely clashed. Bai Minghui's primal chaos energy formed a dark ring of light that attempted to trap Zhao Feng. However, inside the primal chaos lightning vortex, Zhao Feng was like a porcupine. Not only was he defending, but he was also attacking. The two primal chaos energies continued to clash. The powerful divine power caused the nearby space to twist. In the end, Bai Minghui's primal chaos energy was used up, but he still couldn't break through Zhao Feng's defense. How can this be? Bai Minghui was unwilling to give up. Primal Chaos Lock. At the same time, Zhao Feng's primal chaos lightning vortex transformed into countless streams of primal chaos energy that howled out and surrounded Bai Minghui. I'll learn this move as well. Zhao Feng's eyes were cold as he brought his hands together. Boundless streams of primal chaos energy swirled, forming an encirclement that gradually shrank. Chaos Sky Wave. Bai Minghui circulated his primal chaos energy and fired out a dark, twisted wave of light. Boom! Bang! A hole appeared in the primal chaos lock's encirclement, but it was quickly replenished. Lock! Zhao Feng growled. The chaotic streams of primal chaos energy around Bai Minghui abruptly shrank, wrapping him within. How is this possible? Bai Minghui's expression was somewhat dazed. He had used this move against Zhao Feng, and now, Zhao Feng had used a similar move to trap him inside. I will not lose to you. Bai Minghui suddenly roared, his body erupting with the power of a primal chaos bloodline. Boom! His body gradually darkened under this bloodline aura. The lower half of his body disappeared, turning into a dark, twisted mist of light. After activating his bloodline, Bai Minghui released an even more powerful primal chaos energy and broke free of Zhao Feng's primal chaos lock. The heaven-mending race bloodline, the quality and power of this primal chaos energy have increased greatly. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh in admiration. However, Bai Minghui's heaven-mending race bloodline was also within his calculations. In the exchange just now, Zhao Feng hadn't used his full strength, and he had many techniques that he hadn't used yet. Chapter 15-17. Chaos Heaven Wave. After activating the heaven-mending race bloodline, Bai Ming Hui's fighting power swelled, and a wave of his hand unleashed a dark and twisted wave of energy. Zhao Feng took the initiative to meet it, his primal chaos tribulation lightning sword swelling in power and doubling in size. Boom! Bang! Zhao Feng's sword slashed down, and after a few moments of stalemate, the chaotic wave of energy was cut apart. This time, Zhao Feng used his lightning law to amplify the power of the tribulation lightning energy, making the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword even more destructive. Lightning law. Bai Ming Hui was taken aback. He hadn't expected that Zhao Feng would also comprehend a lightning law besides a space-time law. At this moment, a silver-gray light suddenly flashed behind Bai Ming Hui as it launched a sneak attack. Seeking death. Bai Ming Hui's eyes chilled. The heaven-mending race was extremely sensitive to all types of energy. Moreover, Bai Ming Hui was a third heaven god lord, so he immediately sensed the little thieving cat's sneak attack. Bzzz. Primal chaos energy surged behind Bai Ming Hui, forming a thick and gloomy wall. The little thieving cat would find it very difficult to break through the defenses of a third heaven god lord. But at this moment, the little thieving cat's body turned pitch black and then split into 4 streams of light that circled around the primal chaos wall. These 4 streams of light had extremely hidden auras, and they were all identical, making it difficult for Bai Ming Hui to distinguish them. A secret bloodline art of the dark shadow race. Zhao Feng faintly smiled. In the war between the spiritual race and blazing gold race, Zhao Feng had fought with the dark shadow race's ancient god Shadow Death. Later on, when they fought on Shadow Stream Peak, he had mostly used the dark shadow race's combat skills. Plush. The 4 streams of light transformed into 4 black little thieving cats, each of which formed a pitch-black blade that slashed at Bai Ming Hui's body. In close combat, the dark shadow race's attack was extremely terrifying, and it instantly descended. Hiss. Bai Ming Hui screamed as 4 wounds appeared on his body that were extremely difficult to heal. Zhao Feng's left eye focused as he stared at Bai Ming Hui's wound. He was a bit surprised. The bloodline power of the destruction dragon race. This was the first time he had seen the little thieving cat use the bloodline power of one of the top 10 ancient races. Perhaps it was because of the black destruction dragon's influence. After all, the two often spent time together. Although this power was similar to that of the annihilation dragons, it was not complete, but it was already very rare. This Heaven's Legacy cat actually, Bai Ming Hui was extremely shocked. Ordinary Heaven's Legacy cats only had the bloodline of the Heaven's Legacy race, but they weren't very strong. As for the Heaven's Legacy cats used for the ancient race duplication plan, they either failed and died, or they obtained the ancient race bloodline. However, the cat before him was using the power of another primordial bloodline. What was going on? Xiao. Zhao Feng seized the opportunity and rushed forward, waving the chaotic thunder tribulation sword to launch a fierce attack. Boom! Bang! The clash of chaotic energies caused the entire space to tremble slightly. The little thieving cat's sneak attack had affected Bai Ming Hui, and with the perceptive abilities of Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye, Zhao Feng was able to nullify Bai Ming Hui's attacks and see through his defensive techniques, injuring him once more. Die! Bai Ming Hui roared, and a dark fragment suddenly appeared in his hand. As he gripped this fragment, the power and quality of Bai Ming Hui's primordial chaos energy instantly rose to a whole new level, exuding an immense pressure. Ancestral artifact fragment. Zhao Feng was alarmed. What Bai Ming Hui had taken out was probably no ordinary ancestral artifact fragment, but a fragment of the heaven-mending race's ancestral artifact. Chaos Heaven Shattering Slash. Bai Ming Hui slashed the ancestral artifact fragment, unleashing a shockwave of primordial chaos energy. This massive primordial chaos energy wave swept up all the energy in the world and hurtled toward Zhao Feng. After taking out the ancestral artifact fragment, Bai Minghui's primordial chaos energy attack was probably slightly stronger than Zhao Feng's. Since that's the case, I'll let you experience the power of the Dream God Eye. Zhao Feng was unhurried. The primordial chaos energy and tribulation lightning energy in his left eye began to ripple and twist together. Primordial chaos lightning sword. Suddenly, a sword of dark lightning shot out of Zhao Feng's left eye. Thud-ish. It was like a dark and heavy sword of lightning had shot forward, piercing through all. He combined primordial chaos energy and tribulation lightning energy into an eye bloodline technique. Bai Minghui was stunned. The ancestral artifact fragment in his hand was used to amplify primordial chaos energy. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng was using the ninth God Eye to amplify the power of his primordial chaos energy. Bang! The dark lightning struck the primordial chaos energy wave, causing the world to fall into chaos and make it impossible to see what was going on. But Zhao Feng's left eye could see through all and see what was going on at the very center. The dark lightning sword had pierced a hole in the primordial chaos energy wave. The primordial chaos lightning sword immediately pierced through. The attack of the primordial chaos lightning sword is even more concentrated. Zhao Feng faintly smiled. In terms of destructive power, the primordial chaos lightning sword might not be able to compare to Bai Minghui's attack, but the more concentrated the primordial chaos lightning sword's power was, the greater its penetrative and explosive power. No! Bai Minghui cried out in alarm. His powerful attack with the ancestral artifact fragment had still been countered by Zhao Feng. Thud-ish. In a flash of lightning, a hole appeared in Bai Minghui's chest, blood spurting out. The eye bloodline technique version of the primordial chaos lightning sword also dealt enormous damage to the soul, causing Bai Minghui's soul to momentarily become numb and confused. At the same time, Zhao Feng charged at Bai Minghui, several sword slashes descending. Boom! Bang! Crash! Bai Minghui raised his palm, sending out a massive wave of primordial chaos energy to block Zhao Feng's attacks. Dreamification. Zhao Feng used his Dream Origin Eye Bloodline technique. Origin energy surged in his left eye, creating layers of dreamy mist that seeped into the world. In a flash, with Zhao Feng at the center, everything in the world was covered in a layer of dreamy light. Die! Zhao Feng once more attacked Bai Minghui. This time, the weakening of dreamification caused Bai Minghui's condition to drop, and his defenses to shatter. Crack! A bolt of primordial chaos tribulation lightning energy slammed into Bai Minghui's chest. He flew backward, vomiting a mouthful of blood. The ninth God Eye's ability. Bai Minghui sensed the dazzling world around him, but his own condition was extremely low. He felt an inexplicable unease. Thud-ish. Bai Minghui suddenly began to retreat. He had seen Zhao Feng's dreamification several times, so he had a certain understanding of it. He was heavily injured. If he continued to fight with Zhao Feng while under the influence of dreamification, it would be extremely dangerous. Thus, Bai Minghui chose to temporarily retreat and stall for time. He was confident that Zhao Feng would not be able to maintain dreamification forever. But to Bai Minghui's surprise, when he turned to retreat, Zhao Feng did not pursue him. Thud-ish. Zhao Feng suddenly turned and charged at the three palace kings, God Lord Tyrant Dragon, God Lord Heavenly Solitude, and the black-skinned woman. Their goal was to escape, not to kill each other. Since Bai Minghui had chosen to retreat, Zhao Feng naturally would not pursue him. Moreover, Bai Minghui was a third heaven, and his heaven-mending race bloodline was also skilled in defense. Killing him would be even more difficult than killing Yu Luping. Boom! Bang! Crash! Zhao Feng's three clones worked with Xi and Wuheng in an intense battle against the three palace kings. Although the battle was in a stalemate, Zhao Feng was already feeling pretty good. After all, his three clones were all below second heaven. I'll kill you first. Zhao Feng's eyes locked onto God Lord Heavenly Solitude. Of the three, God Lord Heavenly Solitude was the one Zhao Feng was most familiar with, and the weakest was also God Lord Heavenly Solitude. The Zhao Feng transformed into a streak of silver light that rapidly approached God Lord Heavenly Solitude. What? God Lord Heavenly Solitude was flabbergasted. Zhao Feng had actually defeated divine emissary Bai Minghui. The danger of death engulfed God Lord Heavenly Solitude's mind, but he was not in the mood to be shocked. Death Vortex. God Lord Heavenly Solitude activated his Eye of Death, unleashing a massive black vortex that was suffused with a death law that pushed everything toward death. But in the face of absolute power, even death had to retreat. Boom! Bang! A primal chaos tribulation lightning blasted apart the death vortex and continued onward. God Lord Heavenly Solitude's body trembled in fear as he fled. But this slash was too fast for God Lord Heavenly Solitude to dodge. Crack. The primal chaos tribulation lightning descended, cutting off God Lord Heavenly Solitude's right arm. The intense pain caused him to howl in pain. This attack will take your dog life. Before God Lord Heavenly Solitude could recover, Zhao Feng's chilling voice resounded through the air. At the same time, an even more powerful primal chaos tribulation lightning sword howled forward. Bang! God Lord Heavenly Solitude's body exploded, obliterated by the boundless primal chaos and tribulation lightning energy. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Zhao Feng, stop! Bai Minghui angrily roared as he charged forward. Primal Chaos Lightning Sword. Zhao Feng activated his left eye, firing off a sword of dark lightning. Bai Minghui shivered and immediately dodged. Kaplush! Alas, the Primal Chaos Lightning Sword was too fast, and it pierced through his right shoulder. The Primal Chaos Lightning Sword was not only fast, it was also incredibly powerful. Bai Minghui's injuries worsened, and he began to feel apprehensive. It's your turn to die. Zhao Feng's gaze fell on the nearby God Lord Tyrant Dragon. No, save me, Lord Divine Emissary. He had just watched as God Lord Heavenly Solitude was killed by Zhao Feng, and now that he was being targeted by Zhao Feng, God Lord Tyrant Dragon's heart trembled in fear and he immediately sought help from Bai Minghui. Bai Minghui's face contorted in pain. Zhao Feng, you dare. Bai Minghui angrily rebuked as he activated the ancestral artifact fragment to attack Zhao Feng. He didn't dare to get close to Zhao Feng at this time, but long-range attacks were still possible to interfere with Zhao Feng. Primal Chaos Lightning Vortex. Zhao Feng circulated his Primal Chaos Energy and Tribulation Lightning Energy, creating a pitch-black Primal Chaos Lightning Vortex. Boom! Bang! Crash! Bai Minghui's powerful attack rumbled forward, but Zhao Feng's defensive skill was enough to block it. In the distance, God Lord Tyrant Dragon breathed a small sigh of relief. But at this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed out of the lightning vortex. That's... God Lord Tyrant Dragon stared at this bolt of lightning and realized that there was a dark and twisted sword of lightning within it. Wasn't this the Primal Chaos Lightning Sword that had pierced through Bai Minghui's shoulder? Plush! By the time God Lord Tyrant Dragon realized this, the Primal Chaos Lightning Sword had pierced through his head. Bang! God Lord Tyrant Dragon's body exploded, black flames madly pouring out. One could sense that God Lord Tyrant Dragon was on the verge of death. If not for the fact that he had the 9th-ranked Destruction Dragon body of the 10,000 ancient races, God Lord Tyrant Dragon would have been instantly killed by Zhao Feng. Xin Wuheng used this chance to charge out, his massive 5 elements palm crushing down and obliterating the black flames. At this point, 2 of the 3 palace kings had been killed, and the remaining dark-skinned woman was panic-stricken and at a loss for what to do. Chapter 15-18. On the other side, the white-robed man fighting with Twilight Valley sensed what was happening on the other battlefields and paled. Amongst the divine emissaries, Bai Minghui could be considered one of the stronger existences, but he was now heavily injured. Of the 3 palace kings, 2 had already fallen, and the dark-skinned woman was also in grave danger. Bai Minghui, what's going on? The white-robed man asked in alarm. Bai Minghui immediately fell silent, unsure of what to say. Logically speaking, as long as they could stop Zhao Feng and wait for the protector and the others to arrive, everything would be settled. But when he saw the once weak Zhao Feng grow to this level and possess the same primal chaos energy as him, Bai Minghui had forgotten his original goal and urgently wanted to defeat Zhao Feng to prove himself. In the end, he had suffered a crushing defeat. One could say that the current situation had been single-handedly caused by him. But to Bai Minghui, it was all because of Zhao Feng. Primal Chaos Tomb. Bai Minghui roared as he ignited his bloodline and divine power. Boom! His palms fiercely thrust forward, unleashing one massive wave of primal chaos energy after another. Vast amounts of primal chaos energy gathered below Zhao Feng, forming a vortex that sucked in all the energy in the world. Above the vortex, Zhao Feng found it difficult to extricate himself from the powerful suction. The vortex formed from primal chaos energy absorbed all the energy and constantly expanded, charging upward as if trying to bury Zhao Feng within. Buzz! Zhao Feng immediately activated the 3 ancestral artifact fragments, unleashing a wave of space-time energy that descended. This powerful space-time energy battered against the primal chaos energy, creating a massive obstruction and other effects. The power of the chaotic vortex gradually weakened, and the speed of its rotation also slowed down. At the same time, Zhao Feng gripped the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword and unleashed several powerful bolts of sword energy. Boom! Bang! In a flash, the primal chaos vortex collapsed. Upon seeing this, Bai Minghui retreated once more. At this moment, he was seriously injured. Even his strongest bloodline secret art couldn't do anything to Zhao Feng. Once Zhao Feng got the chance, he might even lose his life. On the other side, out of the 3 palace kings, only the dark-skinned woman was left. With Xian Wuheng and Zhao Feng's doppelganger working together, she didn't even have a chance to escape. In less than a moment, the dark-skinned woman was killed. At this point, the 3 palace kings had all fallen. Kill! Zhao Feng turned to the white-robed divine emissary battling Twilight Valley. As long as they dealt with this divine emissary with the light race bloodline, they would be able to leave safely. No. How could this be? The white-clothed man battling with Twilight Valley sensed the rapidly approaching auras and grimaced. Time prison. Twilight Valley immediately exerted his strength. He wanted nothing more than to cut a Heaven's Legacy race member who had transplanted the light race bloodline into 1,000 pieces. Buzz! Streaks of white light suddenly appeared around the white-robed man's body and gradually extended, forming a white prison. If a normal person were trapped in this prison, they would definitely move as slowly as a turtle. However, the white-robed man was also a member of the light race and possessed a law of light and time energy, making him extremely resistant to this art. Boom! Bang! Crash! He thrust out his palms again and again, unleashing powerful time energy that ultimately shattered the time prison. But at this moment, Zhao Feng, Xian Wuheng, and the others arrived. 5 elements law-shattering palm. Xian Wuheng extended his palm, condensing the power of the 5 elements, and slapped out a huge palm of 5-colored vortex light, crushing down from the sky. Zhao Feng waved his arm, throwing out the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword. His doppelgangers also activated their eye bloodlines and attacked the white-robed man. Boom! Bang! Crash! The moment he broke out of the time prison, the white-robed man was engulfed by a barrage of attacks. But this was not enough to do much to the white-robed man. After all, he was a member of the light race and possessed a time body, which made him extremely resistant to all kinds of energy. The white-robed man charged out of the explosion. Bai Minghui, what are you doing? Have you thought about the consequences of failing this mission? The white-robed man bellowed. In his view, this development was all Bai Minghui's fault. Consequences. Bai Minghui's body trembled. The Heaven Lord's plan had already reached its final phase. He was extremely concerned about this matter and urgently wished to obtain the ninth God Eye. If this mission failed because of him, the consequences would be worse than death. Bai Minghui took in a deep breath and turned to Zhao Feng's group. He had to stop them until the protector arrived. Brother Xian, please stop Bai Minghui for now. Zhao Feng called out. Bai Minghui was already heavily injured, and his fighting power was greatly diminished. Xian Wuheng and Zhao Feng's 3 doppelgangers working together should have no problem stopping him. Senior Twilight Valley, attack. Zhao Feng immediately called out. The light race white-robed man was rather fast. If he was not heavily injured or killed, he would find it very difficult to escape. Time Blade. Twilight Valley's 2 palms slashed down again and again, unleashing an unending stream of white light like an endless white river. Zhao Feng gripped his primal chaos tribulation lightning swords and charged forward to engage in close combat. Die! The white-robed man bellowed, his arms swinging, unleashing 2 massive time blades. Wherever the blade passed, everything became quiet. Even the void seemed to have solidified. Upon seeing this, Zhao Feng also formed 2 primal chaos tribulation lightning swords and threw them forward. Boom! Bang! Crash! The time blades collided with the primal chaos tribulation lightning swords. Time energy and primal chaos energy collided, causing the space around the point of the explosion to twist and distort. What powerful primal chaos energy! No wonder Bai Minghui lost. The white-robed man was alarmed. He had used all his strength just now, but in this clash, he was on the losing end. A terrifying storm of primal chaos energy swept toward him. Whoosh! The white-robed man swung his palms again and again, unleashing time energy to scatter the storm. But at this moment, an abnormally eye-catching bolt of lightning appeared in the center of the storm. In a flash of lightning, a primal chaos lightning sword shot toward the white-robed man. So fast! The white-robed man grimaced. Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique was so fast that by the time the white-robed man sensed something strange, the eye bloodline technique was already upon him. The white-robed man used time energy to affect Zhao Feng's attack while doing his utmost to flee. In the distance, Zhao Feng calmly watched. His primal chaos lightning sword had always hit its mark. But it was different against the light race, who possessed time energy. The light race's time energy could slow down the attacks of their enemies and also increase their own speed. They were not called the fastest race of the 10,000 ancient races for nothing. But Zhao Feng's reputation as the ninth god Eye was not undeserved either. Speed up, hit. Zhao Feng circulated his origin energy, his thought power forming an intense thought. His left eye focused on the primal chaos lightning sword. At this moment, he only hoped that the primal chaos lightning sword would hit the white-robed man. The ability of realization was instantly activated. As his god eye evolved and his cultivation broke through, Zhao Feng's thought power continued to strengthen, and so did his realization ability. The attack, which was originally unlikely to hit the white-robed man, suddenly changed its trajectory and even increased its speed. What? The white-robed man grimaced in disbelief. Normally, the faster an attack was, the more important it was to kill in a single blow, and it was almost impossible to change its trajectory. But now, he encountered such a bizarre sight. The primal chaos tribulation lightning sword had not only changed its trajectory, but it had also made an extremely large turn, increasing its speed in a manner that defied common sense. Plush! The primal chaos lightning sword pierced through the white-robed man's chest. Even his time body found the assault of primal chaos tribulation lightning extremely difficult to bear. At the same time, Twilight Valley's time blade descended, slicing at the white-robed man's ethereal body. Primal chaos lock. Zhao Feng pushed out his palms, unleashing vast amounts of primal chaos energy. This primal chaos energy transformed into countless streams of primal chaos energy that surrounded the white-robed man. No. The white-robed man recovered from Zhao Feng and Twilight Valley's attacks, but he realized that he was in a predicament. Lock. Zhao Feng brought his hands together, and the streams of primal chaos energy shrank into a gloomy ball of light that engulfed the white-robed man. Buzz. Bzzz. The white-robed man's eyes half-closed, his body exploding with dazzling light as powerful time energy rippled through him. Zhao Feng, he's trying to escape. Twilight Valley immediately warned. The light race's time bodies were rather special. After activating their bloodline's secret arts, they could pierce through matter, so the primal chaos lock naturally could not hold them. Of course, this was mainly because the devouring attribute of primal chaos energy was not very effective against time energy. Otherwise, the white-robed man's chances of escaping would have been much lower. He can't do it. Zhao Feng focused his eyes and began to circulate his origin energy. In his mind, Zhao Feng created a dream realm. Intrusive dream. Zhao Feng's left eye focused on the white-robed man's body, exerting a powerful suction force. The white-robed man, who was in the middle of using a secret art, immediately lost his focus and was sucked in by Zhao Feng's left eye. At the same time, the primal chaos lock began to devour the white-robed man's energy. On the other side, Twilight Valley used this chance to attack. The time attack he unleashed could pierce through the primal chaos lock and land on the white-robed man's body. Although it would weaken, it was better than nothing. The white-robed man's body trembled. On one hand, his mind was being sucked in by Zhao Feng's intrusive dream. On the other hand, the primal chaos lock was slowly devouring the energy in his body. At the same time, he was facing Twilight Valley's attacks. The white-robed man gradually weakened under this three-pronged attack. At a certain moment, his mind relaxed and he was sucked into Zhao Feng's dream dimension. As long as he was in the dream dimension, Zhao Feng could even kill a god king. Boom! Bang! The white-robed man trapped in the primal chaos lock suddenly shattered, and even his soul perished. No, Divine Emissary Chang. Bai Minghui called out in alarm. He had never imagined that Divine Emissary Chang, who had the light race bloodline, would be killed by Zhao Feng. Let's go. Zhao Feng grunted. Without the entanglement of the light race, the heavily injured Bai Minghui was powerless to stop them. The Xin Wuheng and Zhao Feng's clones immediately retreated, preparing to leave. But at this moment, the world froze. A great pressure descended upon them. A moment later, the entire space was dyed red and seething with flames. The earth was burning, the void was burning, everything in sight seemed to be burning. And everyone else seemed to be on the verge of being set aflame. This feeling. God King. Zhao Feng's face froze. They had finally dealt with this problem and were just about to leave and a God King had arrived. Were they reinforcements from the heaven-defying faction? It's not a protector. In the distance, Bai Minghui was also being roasted by this energy. Where are you in such a rush to go? A soft chuckle rang out. A moment later, an elder appeared in front of them. He was shrouded in boundless flames, a faint smile on his face as he looked down on them. Chapter 1519. Purgatory Sacred Land, God King Charflame. Bai Minghui muttered in shock as he stared at the elder in the flames. It seems like it was those two god lords who reported. Xin Wuheng's expression darkened. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed God Lord Bloodthirst and the other God Lord. A god king of the purgatory sacred land? Zhao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. In his eyes, the god kings of the heaven-defying faction were much stronger than the god kings of ordinary sacred lands. As long as the newcomer was not a god king of the heaven-defying faction, there was still a chance. Perhaps because of the lack of time, only God King Charflame had come from the purgatory sacred land, while they had the advantage in numbers. You recognized this old man? God King Charflame looked at Bai Minghui. He had no impression of this third heaven god lord with the heaven-mending race bloodline, but he didn't care. After all, he was a god king of the purgatory sacred land and was rather famous in the ancient desolate realm of gods. Bai Minghui, it seems like your heaven's legacy race is going to fail again. Zhao Feng suddenly said at this crucial moment. Heaven's legacy race? God King Charflame was stunned, his sinister eyes staring at Bai Minghui. Several years ago, the upper echelon members of two five-star factions had fallen in the burning heaven sea. After a period of investigation, the sacred land had deduced that this was all related to the heaven's legacy race. Bai Minghui glared at Zhao Feng. He originally had a chance of escaping the God King site, but now that his identity was known, the situation was different. At this moment, Bai Minghui could clearly sense this God King's killing intent. Of course, Bai Minghui was also keenly aware of Zhao Feng's goal. Zhao Feng wanted Bai Minghui to temporarily work together with them to fight against the God King. It seems like you're planning to resist. God King Charflame could naturally tell that Zhao Feng's group still intended to resist. Zhao Feng's actions just now had been to pull Bai Minghui over to his side. Whoosh! Bai Minghui went to Zhao Feng's side. Escaping alone was probably impossible. He could only work with Zhao Feng's group to fight against the God King expert. The juniors these days are truly ignorant. God King Charflame mockingly sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, the temperature of the surroundings rose rapidly as a boundless, violent flame pressed down on Zhao Feng and the others. Now, almost all the other elemental powers in this area had been pushed out. Under God King Charflame's perfected fire law, his other intents were also greatly suppressed. Only Zhao Feng's and Bai Minghui's chaos power was suppressed slightly better. Zhao Feng and Bai Minghui suddenly attacked, unleashing an enormous amount of chaos power. Boom! Boundless flames crashed into the defensive circle of chaotic force, creating a wave of fire that reached the sky. Xian Wuheng and Twilight Valley suddenly attacked God King Charflame. Xiao! Twilight Valley gathered up time energy and unleashed a solid time energy blade that pierced through everything. Xian Wuheng activated his giant god race bloodline and unleashed several fiery palms with his immense physical strength. You dare to counterattack? God King Charflame was surprised. He didn't know if these people were stupid or ignorant for them to dare to attack him. Boom! With a wave of his hand, God King Charflame gathered the boundless fire energy of the world into a ball of solar fire that shot forward. What a powerful attack! Xian Wuheng was taken aback. If he was struck by God King Charflame's attack head-on, he would almost certainly die. Bang! The massive solar fireball only needed to create a ripple to devour Xian Wuheng and Twilight Valley's attacks, but it only dimmed a little. As the solar fireball bore down on them, Xian Wuheng and Twilight Valley retreated, their faces pale. Chaos Heaven Wave. Primal Chaos Tribulation Lightning Slash. Zhao Feng and Twilight Valley suddenly attacked, unleashing powerful primal chaos attacks at the scorching solar fireball. Boom! Bang! Crash! The two attacks fiercely clashed, their terrifying energies ultimately stopping the solar fireball. Not bad. This old man truly did underestimate you. God King Charflame faintly smiled. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. There were two third heavens present, and Zhao Feng's strength was equivalent to that of a third heaven god lord. Although Xian Wuheng was a peak second heaven, his strength was close to that of a third heaven. In these circumstances, he was barely able to contend against a God King. He had been thinking of pushing back the God King and then escaping. At this moment, Zhao Feng realized that he had been underestimating the God King's strength. Zhao Feng, you're too naive. Even if we work together, we'll only be able to contend against a God King. Bai Minghui jeered. Humph, the God King is also only at the third heaven. Zhao Feng coldly snorted. If they worked together, they would be able to contend against God King Charflame. The main problem was that Bai Minghui was too heavily injured and had some tricks up his sleeve, so he had not used his full strength. Swish! With a wave of the spacetime robe, Zhao Feng put his 3 clones into his interspatial dimension. Their cultivations were rather low, so they wouldn't be of much use against a God King. In fact, they would be more likely to die. But after taking away these 3, Zhao Feng released the Black Destruction Dragon. The Black Destruction Dragon had smoothly broken into the second heaven. After all, the Black Destruction Dragon had already reached the first heaven the last time they entered the Light Race Divine Kingdom. Later on, Zhao Feng gave the Black Destruction Dragon the majority of the resources he obtained from killing the 2 third heaven god lords. Go! Zhao Feng growled. Whoosh! 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 Everyone charged forward. The Black Destruction Dragon, Twilight Valley, and Xian Wuhan were responsible for offense. As for Zhao Feng and Bai Minghui, they possessed primal chaos energy and could effectively block God King Charflame's attacks. They were mainly responsible for defense. Boom! Bang! Crash! The fiery world was filled with explosions, and the flames of the world seemed to be boiling and madly burning. At this moment, the place where they were fighting had become a forbidden ground on an even higher level than the burning heaven sea. Ordinary first heaven god lords did not even dare to approach. These scoundrels! God King Charflame's expression chilled. For a moment, he was actually being suppressed by the combined might of these people. At his peak, Twilight Valley was close to a God King. He had a profound understanding and experience, making his attacks more effective. The Black Destruction Dragon and Xian Wuhan were also extremely powerful existences of the same level. The Black Destruction Dragon's destruction origin was particularly affected by the suppression. Moreover, the little thieving cat was waiting for a chance to launch a sneak attack. Crucially, God King Charflame's attacks were being hindered by Zhao Feng and Bai Minghui. Zhao Feng's primal chaos energy was no weaker than Bai Minghui's. It was the equivalent of 2 third heaven god lords blocking God King Charflame's attacks and weakening them. Moreover, if there was an opening, Zhao Feng would launch a sneak attack on God King Charflame. Primal Chaos Lightning Sword. Zhao Feng's left eye unleashed a primal chaos sword of lightning. God King Charflame coldly snorted, and invisible flame energy surged forward in an attempt to weaken and stop the primal chaos lightning sword. Shift, shift. Origin energy surged in his left eye. At the same time, Zhao Feng used his thought power to create an intense idea. He imagined that he could move the primal chaos lightning sword above God King Charflame. At this moment, the realization ability activated, and Zhao Feng's fantasy became reality. Swish! The primal chaos lightning sword, which had been obstructed by countless flames, suddenly vanished. God King Charflame was rather surprised by this sight. He even thought that he had misjudged and that Zhao Feng's attack was too weak and had been destroyed. But a moment later, he sensed the ripples of energy from the primal chaos lightning sword. Kaplush! Lightning flashed above God King Charflame as the primal chaos lightning sword stabbed into God King Charflame's head. What? How did it appear above me? God King Charflame was stunned. This sort of situation usually involved the use of a space law. But just now, he hadn't sensed any spatial ripples. Hiss! God King Charflame hissed and shook his head, his ruthless gaze falling on Zhao Feng. It's as if nothing happened. Zhao Feng was inwardly alarmed. His primal chaos lightning sword could instantly slay an ordinary second heaven, and even the third heaven Bai Ming Hui was extremely apprehensive of it. But even though the primal chaos divine sword had accurately stabbed into God King Charflame's head, it didn't seem to affect him much. However, in Bai Ming Hui's view, Zhao Feng's actions just now were already astonishing. A second heaven god lord capable of injuring a god king was simply unheard of. At the same time, Bai Ming Hui placed even more importance on the abilities of Zhao Feng's ninth god eye. Not even a god king would be able to sense it. Sea of Purgatory. God King Charflame bellowed as he thrust out both palms, unleashing his perfected fire law. The temperature of the world soared as flames madly swelled. With God King Charflame at the center, a blood-red flame began to spread out. Xian Wuhan, Twilight Valley, and the Black Destruction Dragon were instantly sent flying several dozen li by this explosive energy, all of them vomiting blood and grimacing. Zhao Feng, you've angered the God King. Bai Ming Hui called out. God King Charflame had clearly not used his full strength just now, but the situation was different now. So what if he's a God King? Zhao Feng's expression hardened. A power sealed in dust within the god altar was suddenly mobilized. Buzz. Bzzz. Zhao Feng waved his hand, and a dark and chaotic ball of primal chaos energy suddenly emerged. The moment this energy appeared, it absorbed a portion of the fire energy in the surroundings. This primal chaos energy was the same energy that the God King remnant will had sealed into Zhao Feng's body in the heaven-mending race inheritance ground. This is God King level primal chaos energy. God King Charflame was stunned. This God King level primal chaos energy had clearly been around for a very long time and was somewhat weakened. But in the end, this was still primal chaos energy. After absorbing the God King level fire energy, it began to grow stronger. Bzzz. Zhao Feng gripped this energy, condensed it into a primal chaos divine sword, and then threw it out. God King Charflame was on guard, not daring to be careless. With a wave of his hands, fire condensed into a blazing phoenix. Explode! Zhao Feng suddenly bellowed. God King Charflame was prepared. Even if the primal chaos divine sword struck him, he would still be able to block it. Since that was the case, it was better to just detonate this energy. Bang! The primal chaos lightning sword that had just approached God King Charflame exploded. A pitch-black twisting energy spread out, devouring everything in its vicinity. In the face of this sudden explosion of primal chaos energy, God King Charflame's blazing phoenix gradually shattered. His blood seethed as he took half a step back. Brat, you dare! God King Charflame was enraged. To be injured by a second heaven god lord was a stain on his life that he would never be able to erase. But halfway through his words, his expression darkened. On the other side, Xian Wuhan and the others were flabbergasted. How could Zhao Feng have God King level primal chaos energy? Bai Ming Hui's mind trembled. If Zhao Feng had used this energy from the start, he would have been dead a long time ago. Chapter 1520. How could Zhao Feng have God King level primal chaos energy? Bai Ming Hui's mind trembled. If Zhao Feng had used this energy from the very beginning, he would have been dead long ago. But even so, Zhao Feng's group had found it difficult to push back God King Charflame. Zhao Feng's God King level divine power was definitely limited. If this battle continued, they would still lose. At this moment, Bai Ming Hui sensed something and faintly smiled. Protector, you've finally arrived. In the distance, God King Charflame remained silent, his expression grim. Something isn't right. Zhao Feng sensed something strange, and at the same time, his left eye began to pulse. All of a sudden, a world-shaking pressure descended upon the world. The entire world trembled, and Zhao Feng and the others felt like they had been struck by a giant hammer as they sank down. "Careful!" Zhao Feng called out as he prepared to leave. Right at this moment, a tall old man appeared behind the crowd. His back was hunched and his skin was as rough as a 1,000-year-old tree, covered in countless strange and ancient runes. This was the heaven-defying faction protector. The moment the protector appeared, he waved his hand, unleashing a fan of silver light. Boom! Bang! Caught off guard, Zhao Feng's group was caught up in the protector's sneak attack. Everyone hurriedly unleashed their defensive secret techniques, but under the silver light, their defensive techniques were as fragile as paper, and all of them shattered. Plush! Zhao Feng's group was sent flying several dozen li, their faces ghastly pale as they vomited blood. Fortunately, the protector's attack had been a sudden one, or else their lives would have been in danger. Whoosh! The protector's hand turned, causing the surrounding space to freeze and slow to a crawl. At the same time, the blood Zhao Feng vomited condensed into a bead that flew into the protector's hand. Heaven's Legacy Race Protector. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. Now, 2 God Kings had arrived, and Zhao Feng, Twilight Valley, Xi and Wuhan, and the others were all heavily injured. It was almost impossible for them to resist. Moreover, in Zhao Feng's mind, the Heaven's Legacy Race Protector was much stronger than ordinary God Kings. As for why the Protector took his blood away, he didn't think too much about it. "Guardian, thank goodness you made it in time." Bai Minghui smiled. He did not like the feeling of his life being controlled by another god monarch. "Divine Emissary Dark North, where are the others?" The Protector asked calmly. All of a sudden, Bai Minghui's expression froze, and his mind trembled slightly. But in front of the Protector, he didn't dare lie. Divine Emissary Chang, as well as the 3 Palace Kings, Tianji and Tyrant Dragon, were killed by Zhao Feng's group. A bunch of useless things. The Protector's voice turned cold. All they needed to do was delay the 9th God Eye, but Bai Minghui and the others had suffered grievous losses and almost allowed Zhao Feng to escape. Bai Minghui immediately got down on one knee, a look of fear on his face. "Protector, please forgive me. Good Sir is looking down on this old man too much." At this moment, God King Charflame said in dissatisfaction. The Protector had completely ignored God King Charflame after arriving, reprimanding his subordinates as if no one else was around. This made God King Charflame feel like he had lost a great deal of face. But the Protector's next words almost made God King Charflame vomit blood. "I truly am looking down on you," the Protector coldly said. "The Heaven's Legacy race is too arrogant. This is the territory of the Purgatory Sacred Land." God King Charflame was enraged and did not bother with politeness. At this moment, several powerful ripples of energy appeared in the distance, and a few moments later, several God Lords arrived. There were 2 third heavens and 4 second heavens, all upper echelon God Lords of the Purgatory Sacred Land. In the ancient desolate realm of gods, everything depends on strength. The Protector argued. Not long after the Purgatory Sacred Land experts arrived, a white-robed divine emissary from the heaven-defying faction arrived with 3 Palace Kings. For the Heaven's Legacy race to send such a force to capture Zhao Yufei, one could see just how much importance they placed on Zhao Yufei and Zhao Feng. The 2 factions were getting stronger and stronger. At this time, even if Zhao Feng's side was at its peak, it would not be able to contend against either side. However, there was still a chance to turn things around. Both the heaven-defying faction and Purgatory Sacred Land wanted the 9th God Eye, and this was the Purgatory Sacred Land's territory, so the Sacred Land clearly had more manpower. Moreover, Zhao Feng's group had just been heavily injured by the Protector. In the eyes of the 2 factions, their strength was so negligible that they could be ignored. "Are you sure that you want to compete with me for the 9th God Eye?" God King Charflame asked with a faint smile. This was the Purgatory Sacred Land's territory. With his order, more and more experts would gather. Compete? You're no match for me. You don't have the right to compete with me. The protector had remained calm and composed this entire time. Let me see just how strong an expert of the Heaven's legacy race is. God King Charflame heartily laughed. The moment he finished speaking, the world began to burn as boundless flames gathered toward God King Charflame. God King Charflame was like a blazing sun, radiating a scarlet radiance. Moreover, the energy gathering around him was getting stronger and stronger. It was like a blazing sun slowly rising, the heat constantly climbing. The nearby god lords felt like they couldn't breathe. Space itself seemed to be on the verge of melting. God King Charflame held nothing back against a God King of the Heaven's legacy race, even going all out and displaying his strongest power. Zhao Feng's group immediately retreated a certain distance. Is that all? The protector's expression remained calm. Swish! With a wave of his hand, a dazzling golden-red fan appeared in his hand. This golden-red fan was formed from layers upon layers of feathers, exuding dazzling golden-red flames. The moment the feather fan appeared, the golden-red flames were released. The blood-red flames in the area immediately retreated, and their power gradually weakened. The flame energy gathered around God King Charflame's body also dimmed somewhat. Invisible fire energy began to gather around the golden-red fan. As the golden-red flames burned brighter and brighter, the image of a golden crow could be faintly discerned. Could this be ancestral artifact blazing hell? God King Charflame's eyes went slack as his mind trembled. The supreme ancestral artifact of the fire law, blazing hell, a treasure that all fire law cultivators dreamed of. But this ancestral artifact had shattered in the ancient era. Ancestral artifact blazing hell. Shock appeared on Zhao Feng's face. The invisible aura of the fan caused even his 3 ancestral artifact fragments to tremble. Whoosh! The protector circulated his divine power and fused it into the fan. In a flash, the flames around the fan swelled to more than 100 times their original size, becoming a fan of flames that blotted out the sun. Boom! The protector waved his hand, and a golden-red golden crow flew out of the fan. The endless flames in the world immediately switched sides and assisted the golden crow. God King Charflame sensed that he was gradually losing control over the world, and even his fire attacks were somewhat suppressed. No, this can't be the ancestral artifact blazing hell. God King Charflame bellowed. Swish! A golden-red feather appeared in his hand. This was one of the fragments of the ancestral artifact blazing hell. In the face of the protector's powerful attack, God King Charflame activated the ancestral artifact fragment and unleashed a blazing red sun. Boom! Bang! A golden-red golden crow brazenly lunged at the red sun, unleashing an endless storm of flames that swept through the world. Retreat! Retreat! Other than the 2 god kings, all the experts present began to retreat. The second heaven god lords closest to God King Charflame were unable to retreat in time and were assailed by the flames. Zhao Feng's group was rather far from the battlefield, but in the face of this storm of flames, they still felt like their bodies were boiling, and their bloodline and divine power seemed to be on fire. Zhao Feng immediately activated his left eye and looked at the center of the battlefield. The massive golden-red golden crow had torn the red sun in 2 and was now flying at God King Charflame. However, this golden crow had also dimmed a bit, and its power had weakened. Blazing sun protection. God King Charflame immediately used his defensive secret skill. Boundless flames formed a red halo around his body that protected him. Boom! Bang! The golden-red golden crow swooped down, sending God King Charflame flying backward, his defensive halo shattering with a crack. God King Charflame quickly stabilized himself and stared at the protector. This isn't a true ancestral artifact, but a pseudo-ancestral artifact. God King Charflame confidently said. He himself had an ancestral item fragment of blazing hell, so he was sure that Protector didn't have blazing hell, but a pseudo-ancestral item that had been created from the majority of the fragments. A god king with an ancestral artifact could be called a ruler. The Protector was clearly not, but even so, the power of the pseudo-ancestral artifact was extremely close to that of a true ancestral artifact. It was not something that God King Charflame could contend against. The Protector was not skilled in the law of fire, but he was able to use the pseudo-ancestral artifact to wound God King Charflame. If the Protector was skilled in the fire law, God King Charflame would not be in his current state. It really is a pseudo-ancestral artifact. Twilight Valley muttered. Zhao Feng was startled. Such power, and it was only a pseudo-ancestral artifact. At the same time, he also realized that God Lord Heavenly Solitude clearly had the blazing hell fragment, but he had not used it in the previous battle. As it turned out, the Heaven's Legacy race had already taken the remaining ancestral artifact fragment and reforged it into a pseudo-ancestral artifact. That's right. The Protector nodded, and the pseudo-ancestral artifact in his hand vanished. In the distance, God King Charflame had a conflicted look on his face. Even if it wasn't the true ancestral artifact, blazing hell, he still deeply desired the pseudo-ancestral artifact. This item was even more attractive to him than the ninth God Eye. After all, he might not be able to fuse with a God Eye, but there was no such problem with the pseudo-ancestral artifact. Once he obtained it, he could refine it into his own. But God King Charflame knew that he was no match for the heaven-defying faction Protector. The pseudo-ancestral artifact had no fate with him. God King Charflame and the God Lords of the Purgatory Sacred Land slowly began to retreat. They had already withdrawn from the struggle for the ninth God Eye. Zhao Feng, we meet again. Now that you've returned to the Divine Kingdom, don't ever leave again. At this moment, the Protector turned to Zhao Feng and gave him a frightening smile. Chapter 1521. Zhao Feng, we meet again. Now that you've returned to the Divine Kingdom, don't ever leave again. The Protector turned to Zhao Feng and gave him a frightening smile. Twilight Valley, Xin Wuhan, and the others trembled in fear. If the Protector's target was only Zhao Feng, then the result for them would be death. Seeing the Protector walk over, even Zhao Feng's heart started to panic. If this was an ordinary God King, they might have been able to resist once they used all their trump cards. But the Protector was no ordinary God King, and he also possessed a powerful technique like the pseudo-ancestral artifact. A casual attack from him could kill them all. Zhao Feng, I'll make a deal with you. If you're willing to cooperate with us and hand over the ninth God Eye, I can spare everyone else's lives. The Protector faintly smiled and made a proposal. Zhao Feng's group instantly froze. No one had expected the Protector to make such a proposal at a time like this. The Heaven's Legacy race Protector truly is crafty and cunning. Zhao Feng inwardly cursed. This proposal was truly difficult to make. Oh, I forgot. The Heaven Lord ordered me to cripple your cultivation first. You have to think about it carefully, you must carefully consider this, the Protector added, a wicked smile on his face. It was obvious that the Protector was reminding Zhao Feng that if he agreed to the proposal just now, he would not have his cultivation crippled. A God Lord could be considered an expert of the ancient desolate realm of gods. If one's cultivation was crippled and they had to cultivate again, it would be even crueler than killing them. In addition, Zhao Feng had originally thought that if he was captured again, he might be able to use thought teleportation to leave, but if his cultivation was crippled, he wasn't sure if he could succeed. Putting all this aside, Zhao Feng was now faced with a difficult choice. But all of a sudden, an aura that caused everyone's hearts to sink appeared in the air. None of you are allowed to touch him. A deep and resounding voice echoed through the world, causing space itself to tremble. In a flash, the haze was driven away and the flames extinguished. The energies of the two God Kings were suppressed by this mysterious person. This energy, Could it be him? The protector's expression darkened. In the distance, God King Charflame and the others felt their hearts sink. Is that a sovereign? God King Charflame's eyes went wide as he scanned the world. Among God Kings, the Heaven's Legacy Race Protector could be said to have few opponents. Only God Kings and Gods could surpass the Heaven-defying Faction Protector in terms of power. What happened? Zhao Feng was startled. Was there an even more formidable expert coming to fight for the ninth God Eye? Whoosh! Suddenly, a tall man in a golden-white coat appeared above everyone's head. He stood within the platinum lightning, exuding boundless divine might. When everyone's eyes met this person's, their minds were immediately attacked by an invisible force. All the sins they had committed in the past floated up in their minds, and they gradually revealed expressions of fear and guilt. The world was silent, and everything seemed to submit to this person. This is the divine punishment power of the divine punishment God Eye. The protector sighed in his heart. Under the power of the heavenly punishment, all evil had nowhere to hide. It was impossible for a person to not make mistakes in their life, so anyone who faced the divine punishment God Eye would be restrained to a certain extent. I didn't think that it would be the divine punishment God. God King Charflame bowed in shock. He had never imagined that today's events would attract the divine punishment God Eye of the 8 great God Eyes. God Eye. Zhao Feng sensed an extremely familiar energy from this middle-aged man. But logically speaking, God Eye deities already had God Eyes, so why would they need the 9th God Eye? People of the Heaven's Legacy Race, leave. The divine punishment God calmly said as if he was announcing an order that had to be carried out. I didn't think that the divine punishment God would personally come. Since that's the case, we can only leave. The protector sighed, his expression rather indifferent. What? Bai Minghui was stunned, his heart extremely depressed. He hadn't expected that they would still fail to capture the 9th God Eye. But with a God Eye deity interfering, there was nothing they could do about it. Anyone who obtained the title of God was undoubtedly one of the strongest experts of the ancient desolate realm of gods, someone far above a God King. Gods were virtually indestructible. No one had ever heard of a god dying since ancient times. From this, one could see just how powerful God Kings and gods were. Thus, when the divine punishment God appeared, even someone as strong as the protector had no desire to fight and immediately chose to leave. Let's go. The protector called out as he led the heaven-defying faction members away. Even though he had a pseudo-ancestral artifact, he was still some distance away from a true god. And the divine punishment God was extremely stubborn about what he had set his mind on. Remaining here was meaningless. Zhao Feng's group watched as the Heaven's Legacy Race members left, their hearts even heavier. God Eye deities were definitely stronger existences than the Protector's group. All of you, come with me. Once the heaven-defying faction was gone, the divine punishment God turned to Zhao Feng's group. Where to? Zhao Feng asked. I'm taking you back to Yu Tianwu's place. The divine punishment God's answer left everyone dumbfounded. It turned out that this God was not an enemy, but someone who had come to save them. Although they didn't know the reason, it was enough for them to escape danger. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, the divine punishment God vanished with Zhao Feng's group. Only the Purgatory Sacred Land group remained. HAA. God King Charflame sighed. For 2 people that the Sacred Land could not afford to offend to appear in the territory of the Purgatory Sacred Land was truly humiliating. The Thousand Mountains Zone, the secret base of the Sage faction, swish. Lightning crackled in the air as a group of people emerged. They were all pleasantly surprised. At the start, they didn't believe it, but the divine punishment God really did send them back. The group went to the top floor of the 6-sided tower. Tianwu, I've brought them back. The divine punishment God casually said. I've troubled you. Yu Tianwu faintly smiled. The 2 of them not only knew each other, but had a deep relationship. Only now did everyone realize that the divine punishment god had been invited by Yu Tianwu. Yu Tianwu had already planned for the worst and had even prepared for it. At the final moment of their defeat, the divine punishment god had appeared and saved them all. After all, I owe you a favor, and I've returned it. The divine punishment god had a rather serious expression. Everyone in the world had their own questions, and the god was no different. He had once asked Yu Tianwu a few questions and owed him a favor. Many thanks for senior's help. Zhao Feng, Twilight Valley, Xin Wuhan, and the others immediately said. They didn't believe that a god they didn't know would save them, but now that they understood everything, they thanked him. Don't be in such a hurry to return the favor. I was planning to ask you for another favor. Yu Tianwu suddenly smiled. Is it for the ninth god eye? The divine punishment god's gaze fell on Zhao Feng. At the same time, Zhao Feng examined the divine punishment god's god eye. Those eyes seemed to crackle with platinum lightning, and when he looked at them, he would feel all sorts of guilt. He would suddenly feel like he was extremely insignificant while this person before him was majestic and imposing. You're not interested in the ninth god eye? He's also a member of your god eye. Yu Tianwu was all smiles. A member of the god eye? The divine punishment god carefully examined Zhao Feng. Of the 8 great god eyes, only 1 or 2 believed in the existence of the ninth god eye. Although the divine punishment god sensed an extremely familiar energy from Zhao Feng's body, he also had a strange feeling. Okay, then I'll stay with you for a while. The divine punishment god suddenly said. The divine punishment god could guess at what Yu Tianwu wanted to help. It was just to help Zhao Feng increase his cultivation and strength as quickly as possible. As a fellow god eye, the divine punishment god could give something to Zhao Feng that no one else could. The divine punishment god had agreed partly to repay Yu Tianwu's favor and partly for the ninth god eye. As the divine punishment god, he had no need for other god eyes. However, any god eye would one day become a god, and the status of a god in the ancient desolate realm of gods went without saying. The ancient desolate realm of gods had 8 great god eyes, but the 8 great god eyes had many grudges against each other. The 8 great god eyes were currently divided into 2 camps. One side was the life god eye, divine punishment god eye, and spacetime god eye. The other side was the death god eye, samsara god eye, and destruction god eye. As for the myriad forms god eye and the destiny god eye, they belonged to neither camp. They had tried to rope in these 2 camps, but even finding them was rather difficult, especially the destiny god eye. If the divine punishment god could form a good relationship with Zhao Feng and rope in Zhao Feng, then once Zhao Feng became a god eye deity, he would be able to increase the overall strength of the divine punishment god eye's camp. It didn't take long for the group to disperse. Zhao Feng moved Zhao Yufei out of the divine kingdom. Brother Feng, are we safe? Zhao Yufei was not very comfortable in the divine kingdom. This was because she knew that Zhao Feng, Xin Wuhan, and company were facing unknown dangers outside. This is the territory of the Heaven's Legacy Race's Sage faction. We're extremely safe. Zhao Feng said with a smile. This place was protected by destiny energy, making it very difficult for the heaven-defying faction to find them. Moreover, the divine punishment god was here. At the same time, the protector led the group back to the heaven-defying faction divine kingdom. The Heaven Lord had been waiting at the top of the central island of the Heaven's Legacy City. Left protector, I didn't think that even you would fail. The Heaven Lord was rather surprised as he emotionally said. It had been a very long time since they had tasted consecutive defeats, and this was all after the ninth god eye had appeared. The Heaven Lord did not blame the protector, because he understood the protector's strength. If even the protector had failed, then they might have been facing a god-king level of power. The divine punishment god has appeared. The protector shook his head. One of the 8 great god eyes. The Heaven Lord's expression darkened, a hint of anger appearing on his face. But I managed to obtain some of Zhao Feng's blood. I hope that it will be useful. The protector flipped his palm, revealing a transparent glass tube containing a bead of blood. The ninth god eye has invisibly altered Zhao Feng's soul and flesh. This blood might contain a secret related to the ninth god eye. The Heaven Lord's eyes flashed. Chapter 1522. After moving Zhao Yufei out of the Dream Divine Kingdom, Zhao Feng explained everything that had happened. The heaven-defying faction had attacked Zhao Yufei in order to force Zhao Feng out of the Dream Divine Kingdom. It was only right for her to know everything. Zhao Feng also truthfully told her about Lu Qinxin's matter. After all, the two women would eventually meet in the Sage faction's secret base. What, Lu Qinxin? Zhao Yufei was stunned, not knowing what to do. She naturally remembered this name. She was Zhao Feng's fiancée. But Zhao Yufei had never imagined that this name would appear again, and that Lu Qinxin would be here in person. She is currently in the Sage faction. She also helped us a lot in this operation. Zhao Feng continued. This time, without the Sage faction's Destiny Dao power, they would not have been able to find Zhao Yufei first. The heaven-defying faction would have been the first to succeed. If that had happened, Zhao Yufei would definitely have been captured and brought to the heaven-defying faction's divine kingdom. Even the divine punishment god might not have been able to save her. Moreover, the divine punishment god was only returning a favor to Yu Tianwu. There was no need for him to directly clash with the powerful heaven-defying faction. Lu Qinxin, for my sake. Zhao Yufei's eyes were wide and misty. She had never imagined that Lu Qinxin would secretly assist her and save her life. This time, Zhao Feng, the light race, the giant god race, the Sage faction, and Lu Qinxin had done everything they could to save her life. Zhao Yufei felt a trace of guilt when she thought of this. At this moment, a woman in white slowly walked over. It's great that you're fine. Lu Qinxin looked at Zhao Yufei and said of her own accord. The two had met at the Azure Flower Continent's Sacred True Dragon Gathering and knew each other. Many thanks for your help. No matter what, the other was someone who had saved her. Zhao Yufei had a trace of gratitude. Zhao Feng stood to the side, his heart not calm. In his opinion, it was already surprising that the two of them did not quarrel. After all, Zhao Yufei had parted ways with him because of Lu Qinxin. Sister Yufei, you've just arrived. I'm here to see if you need anything. Lu Qinxin smiled faintly. Zhao Yufei was at a loss. She glanced at Zhao Feng and said with a complicated expression, I don't need anything. Thank you for your concern. Zhao Yufei could tell that Zhao Feng was also in a dilemma. Moreover, Zhao Feng and Lu Qinxin should have only met recently. In comparison, Zhao Yufei and Zhao Feng recognized each other earlier and spent more time together. Although she didn't want to have another person in Zhao Feng's heart, she didn't want to accept another person. However, Zhao Yufei wanted to fight for it herself and not throw the problem to Zhao Feng, letting Zhao Feng worry about it and make a decision for him. Therefore, Zhao Yufei chose to face it head-on. At the side, Zhao Feng looked shocked. Zhao Yufei and Lu Qinxin's words were very calm. There was no sense of jealousy. This was completely beyond Zhao Feng's understanding. Zhao Feng even wondered if these two women didn't like him as much as they used to and thus didn't care. Of course, this thought was quickly erased by Zhao Feng. At this moment, a deep and loud voice sounded in Zhao Feng's area. Zhao Feng, come to me. Yufei, the Divine Punishment Master is looking for me. I'll leave first. Zhao Feng was a little excited. The Divine Punishment Master had taken the initiative to look for him so soon. According to the conversation between the Divine Punishment Master and Yu Tianwu, Zhao Feng could be sure that the Divine Punishment Master stayed here for him. Soon, Zhao Feng arrived at the Divine Punishment Master's residence. Greetings, Senior Divine Punishment. Zhao Feng bowed. If you want me to guide you, you must answer my questions without holding anything back. The Divine Punishment Master got straight to the point, his expression serious. Zhao Feng was taken aback. The god's spiritual eye was his greatest secret, and he was used to keeping it a secret. But the Divine Punishment Master himself had a god eye and knew that he was the ninth god eye's clone, so he didn't look down on him. In the end, Zhao Feng nodded. After all, he still needed to rely on the Divine Punishment Master to increase his strength as quickly as possible. Countless people dreamed of receiving the guidance of a god. What are the abilities of your ninth god eye? The Divine Punishment Master directly asked. The 8 great god eyes all had their own absolute domains that they specialized in, and the ninth god eye was probably no exception. It should be the Soul Tao, the Dream Tao. Zhao Feng wasn't sure about this sudden question. The Divine Punishment God was rather surprised. As the ninth god eye, Zhao Feng didn't even seem to know the abilities of a god eye. But from the Soul Tao and Dream Tao that Zhao Feng mentioned, the Divine Punishment God had a rough idea of what the ninth god eye was. I'm not skilled in this aspect. The Divine Punishment God slightly shook his head. It was obvious that he was not suited to guide Zhao Feng. In fact, a god king skilled in the Soul Tao or the Dream Tao would be more useful to Zhao Feng than him. But Yu Tian will probably wouldn't do something so foolish. The Divine Punishment God's left eye focused on Zhao Feng, and then a strange look appeared on his face. This was because he sensed a rather amiable energy from Zhao Feng. Senior's Divine Punishment energy should be somewhat related to Tribulation Lightning energy. Besides cultivating the Soul Tao, this junior also cultivates the Lightning Tao. Zhao Feng sensed the Divine Punishment God's confusion and said, "Swish." At the same time, he activated his Lightning Soul Body and unleashed boundless Tribulation Lightning energy. A unique Lightning Soul Body. Not bad. The Divine Punishment God nodded. Tribulation Lightning energy could be considered a part of Divine Punishment energy. Although it was not as powerful as Divine Punishment energy, it was still one of the best in terms of destructive power. As the Divine Punishment God, he could not only instruct Zhao Feng in his god eye, but he could also improve Zhao Feng's ability to use Tribulation Lightning. He truly was suited to instructing Zhao Feng. Okay. You can cultivate with me for now. The Divine Punishment God seriously said. Zhao Feng nodded. As the ninth god eye, if he did not have enough power, he would have to worry about others coveting the ninth god eye. Thus, Zhao Feng urgently wished to increase his strength. I have a supreme scripture here called the Tribulation Lightning Sacred Scripture. I'll demonstrate it to you first. Comprehend as much as you can. The Divine Punishment God stood up, waved his hand, and brought Zhao Feng into his divine kingdom. Within the divine kingdom, all things were bathed in sunlight, brimming with vitality in vitality. There were no clouds in the sky, only layers of golden-white lightning swimming about. Watch carefully. The Divine Punishment God suddenly called out. Zhao Feng immediately focused his mind and activated his Dream God Eye. He hadn't expected for the Divine Punishment God to immediately demonstrate a combat skill on the level of a supreme scripture. Perhaps he simply didn't care about such a thing. However, a supreme scripture was still a priceless treasure to experts below the God-King level. No one in the ancient desolate realm of gods could match the Divine Punishment God's ability to use Divine Punishment energy, and Tribulation Lightning energy was a part of Divine Punishment energy. The Divine Punishment God had an unparalleled understanding of it. Swish! The endless golden-white lightning slowly transformed into golden-white lightning. Although they were both Tribulation Lightning energy, the Divine Punishment God's Tribulation Lightning energy was of a much higher level than Zhao Feng's. Zhao Feng activated his left eye and carefully observed everything. Swish! Although the Divine Punishment God was standing motionless, the Tribulation Lightning energy in the air was madly surging, transforming into all sorts of forms as if it were evolving some profound great Tao for Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng sensed that each pulse of lightning contained boundless information, making it impossible for him to grasp it. And when he comprehended some of this information, it would be imprinted into his soul, transforming into an understanding that could only be understood, not conveyed. Gradually, the tribulation lightning energy in the air calmed down. Cultivate here. I will come back in 2 months to see the results. With these words, the divine punishment god left the divine kingdom. But to Zhao Feng, the divine punishment god was already being extremely generous in instructing him. Vast amounts of pure tribulation lightning energy filled the air. This was what the divine punishment god had left for Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng seated himself cross-legged on the ground. A portion of the tribulation lightning sacred scripture appeared in his mind, and he began to comprehend it. Comprehending the power of the lightning tribulation was extremely beneficial to his lightning soul constitution. Moreover, Zhao Feng's soul-attacking eye bloodline technique was connected to tribulation lightning energy, and primal chaos energy could also fuse with tribulation lightning energy. Increasing the strength of tribulation lightning energy would greatly increase Zhao Feng's own strength. Because he had to display his results in 2 months, Zhao Feng spent the next 2 months wholeheartedly comprehending the tribulation lightning sacred scripture. 2 months later, the quality of Zhao Feng's tribulation lightning energy had increased significantly, and his ability to use tribulation lightning energy had also reached a whole new level. Swish! The divine punishment god suddenly appeared. Begin! The divine punishment god calmly said. Swish! Zhao Feng immediately gathered his tribulation lightning energy and primal chaos energy. A moment later, a primal chaos tribulation lightning sword appeared. At the start, Zhao Feng would first condense the primal chaos divine sword and then pour his tribulation lightning energy into it. But now, Zhao Feng could do it instantly. Swish! A moment later, the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword separated into a primal chaos sword and a tribulation lightning sword. Not bad. He even cultivates primal chaos energy. The divine punishment god had a new level of respect for Zhao Feng. It seemed that he had truly underestimated the 9th god eye. Zhao Feng didn't just possess the power of a god eye, he also had other powerful abilities. With the divine punishment god's approval, the divine punishment god began to pay even more attention to Zhao Feng, often giving him guidance. The divine punishment god's guidance was not just on tribulation lightning, but also on cultivation experience, and god eyes. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In this period of time, besides cultivating with the divine punishment god, Zhao Feng would occasionally make time to visit Xin Wuheng, Zhao Yufei, Lu Qinxin, and the others. In this period of time, Zhao Feng's primary focus was on cultivation. To his surprise, he discovered that Zhao Yufei and Lu Qinxin seemed to be rather close. Their relationship was not as stiff as he imagined. Perhaps it was because the two of them were from the Azure Flower continent, and Zhao Yufei didn't know many people here. Moreover, the two of them were women, so they naturally began to walk together. In the central 6-sided tower a senior sage stood at the center. Yu Tianwu calmly sat above him. Reporting to the Heaven Lord, the heaven-defying faction has made a major move. The black-robed sage called out. Oh. What about them? Yu Tianwu's eyes glimmered. They've broken into the Chixing Zone's illusion god sacred land. The black-robed sage immediately replied. The heaven-defying faction truly had been extremely ostentatious in the fall of a sacred land. This matter naturally attracted the attention of the other sacred lands. But the Heaven's Legacy race's reason for declaring war was that the illusion god sacred land's god lord had killed a heaven-defying faction god lord, and the heaven-defying faction's negotiations with them failed, so they ultimately declared war. The reason was ample, and the evidence was conclusive. The other factions could not say much about the heaven-defying faction's actions. It seems like they're about to move. Yu Tianwu closed his eyes for a while before sighing. Chapter 1523. Within the divine punishment god's divine kingdom, Zhao Feng was seated cross-legged in a tribulation lightning domain. At this moment, he was releasing his soul body to comprehend and absorb the powerful tribulation lightning energy around him. Zhao Feng's soul intent, tempered by tribulation lightning energy, had reached the peak of the second heaven, only a step away from the third heaven. Through this period of comprehension, Zhao Feng's lightning law had also made enormous progress, and he was on the verge of reaching the small success level. And Zhao Feng's tribulation lightning eye bloodline techniques and his ability to fuse primal chaos energy with tribulation lightning energy had also reached a whole new level. In summary, Zhao Feng's overall strength had increased significantly. If he were to face Bai Minghui now, Zhao Feng was very confident that he could quickly defeat or even kill him. It was difficult to imagine that the God Lord level Zhao Feng had made such enormous progress in just a few short years. He had to thank the divine punishment god for all of this. Of course, Zhao Feng was not the only one who had improved. Within the Dream Divine Kingdom, the Black Destruction Dragon, his clones, and the ancient beasts had also greatly improved. Previously, Zhao Feng's group had killed a divine emissary and several palace kings. The spoils of war had been distributed according to merit, and Zhao Feng had obtained many precious resources, which he had given to his subordinates. Zhao Feng had even taken out some natural resources and obtained the ancestral artifact fragment from God Lord Tyrant Dragon's spoils of war, which he then bestowed upon the Black Destruction Dragon. The Light Race and Giant God Race urgently needed to increase their overall strength and resources. Moreover, very few of them could use the ancestral artifact fragment infused with a destruction law, so they gave it to Zhao Feng. The Black Destruction Dragon had smoothly broken into the second heaven through the use of resources and the Sage Faction's secret dimensions and facilities. Besides that, the other clones had also received massive boosts from the resources and the Sage Faction's secret dimensions and facilities. Zhao Hui, who had the Eye of Samsara, had become a God Lord while the other clones had reached the peak of the first heaven and were extremely close to the second heaven. Zhao Yufei was not idling around either. She spent the majority of her time cultivating. She had just become a God Lord, so she only needed an extremely short amount of time to completely stabilize her cultivation. Zhao Yufei had the inheritance of the divine martial clan, and with the guidance of many experts here, her cultivation path could be said to be unimpeded, and her progress was rapid. There was also Giant God Hall. With Giant God Hall taking root in this excellent cultivation environment, its overall strength rapidly increased. The Great Elder, who had reached the peak of the first heaven a long time ago, broke through to the second heaven under the guidance of the Sage Faction's higher-ups. But what excited Giant God Hall the most was that their Hall Master Xin Wuheng had broken into the third heaven. One day, Zhao Feng left the Divine Punishment God's divine kingdom and sought out Xin Wuheng in Twilight Valley to exchange pointers. During his time at the Sage Faction, Zhao Feng would often find the two of them to spar with, but he would not use the Ninth God Eye's abilities during this spar. At the start, Zhao Feng had lost once. After all, Twilight Valley was extremely strong, and if Twilight Valley used his full strength and Xin Wuheng's assistance, Zhao Feng would find it rather difficult to win without using the Ninth God Eye. But the second time, Zhao Feng managed to reverse the situation, and from then on, he never lost again. "Come." Twilight Valley flatly said. "Brother Zhao, I won't let you win so easily this time." Xin Wuheng faintly smiled. Swish. Zhao Feng also smiled, and with a flip of his palm, primal chaos energy and tribulation lightning energy surged out, instantly condensing into a primal chaos tribulation lightning sword. On the other side, Twilight Valley and Xin Wuheng had grim expressions as they activated their bloodlines and attacked with all their might. If an outsider were to see this, they would definitely find it inconceivable. The third heaven experts of the Light Race and Giant God Race were actually using their bloodlines against a second heaven. Twilight Valley transformed into a streak of white light that shot toward Zhao Feng. With a wave of his hand, an unending stream of time energy blades howled forward like rippling waves on a lake. Zhao Feng's eyes turned gloomy as he stabbed forward with the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword. Bang! A dreadful explosion caused the world to tremble. Zhao Feng stabbed forward, destroying all the time energy blades in front of him. But even more time energy blades howled toward him from other directions. A single primal chaos tribulation lightning sword would not be enough to contend against them. Swish! At this moment, the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword in Zhao Feng's hand began to madly crackle with lightning. Gradually, the endless lightning extended from the sword and swam in the air, weaving together to form a lightning net. From a distance, Zhao Feng was no longer holding a sword, but an umbrella. This was the result of Zhao Feng's recent cultivation. It allowed him to transform the tribulation lightning energy attached to the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword. At this moment, the tribulation lightning energy condensed into a net, undoubtedly increasing the attack range of the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword. Boom! Swish! Swish! With a wave of the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword, the enormous attack range of tribulation lightning instantly caused even more time energy blades to appear. A few moments later, all the time energy blades in the air had been destroyed by Zhao Feng. At this moment, Xian Wuheng suddenly exerted his strength. A boundless pressure engulfed Zhao Feng. At the same time, he gathered up his bloodline and divine power and thrust out 2 fingers, unleashing several powerful gusts of energy that stabbed at Zhao Feng. Swoosh swoosh. Zhao Feng swung the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword, unleashing primal chaos tribulation lightning sword bolts. Thanks to the god's spiritual eye, each bolt accurately struck Xian Wuheng's attack. Boom! Bang! That powerful explosion caused Xian Wuheng to involuntarily take a few steps back. What power! Xian Wuheng was startled. He had broken into the 3rd heaven, but in terms of divine power attacks, he was far inferior to Zhao Feng. In the following battle, all of Xian Wuheng's and Twilight Valley's attacks were countered by Zhao Feng. In terms of speed, not even Twilight Valley could escape Zhao Feng's pursuit. In the end, Twilight Valley and Xian Wuheng conceded. Kid, you've gotten stronger too quickly. Twilight Valley couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't expected that he, a mighty 3rd heaven of the light race, working together with another 3rd heaven, would be forced to concede by Zhao Feng. Moreover, this was even when Zhao Feng wasn't using the 9th god eye. I'll be leaving first. Zhao Feng was just preparing to return to the divine punishment god's divine kingdom to continue cultivating. But when he reached his destination, the divine punishment god was no longer there. It seems like the divine punishment god left. Zhao Feng sighed. The divine punishment god had mentioned this to Zhao Feng before. Zhao Feng was more than satisfied with the guidance of a god for 3 years. Moreover, Zhao Feng's progress in the tribulation lightning Dao had already been significant enough. Once the divine punishment god left, Zhao Feng began to cultivate the primal chaos scripture. After all, this was the technique he primarily cultivated. After 3 years of cultivation, Zhao Feng's foundation was extremely solid. Now, Zhao Feng could attempt to increase his cultivation. He split his mind into 2 parts. One part would be used to cultivate and comprehend laws, while the other would be used to study the profound combat skills of the primal chaos scripture. Zhao Feng had already mastered the primal chaos lock, so it was time for him to learn an even more powerful primal chaos combat skill. After some selection, Zhao Feng decided on a domain-type skill called the primal chaos domain. Once this skill was activated, it could create a primal chaos domain. Within this domain, Zhao Feng's primal chaos energy would be strengthened, and his energy would be endless. Meanwhile, his enemies would be pushed away by the world, their divine power of various attributes suppressed and devoured by the primal chaos domain. Another 3 years passed. During these 3 years, Zhao Feng immersed himself in cultivation. He had already made some progress with the primal chaos domain, and his comprehension of laws and divine power had smoothly reached a new level, peak second heaven. Primal chaos domain. Zhao Feng called out, his body surging with primal chaos energy that fused with the surrounding space. A few moments later, the surrounding area for hundreds of thousands of li became dark. Primal chaos energy absorbed everything, and the air was filled with streams of primal chaos energy. In this place, Zhao Feng could easily use large amounts of primal chaos energy, further increasing his fighting power. Everything that entered this area would be greatly suppressed and devoured. One day, Zhao Feng ended his seclusion and prepared to find Twilight Valley and Xian Wuheng to test out the power of his new combat skill. But the moment he exited his seclusion, he discovered that Zhao Yufei was nearby, apparently waiting for him for some time. "Yufei, what's the matter?" Zhao Feng asked. "Some time ago, when I was communicating with the upper echelon of the spiritual race, I learned that the spiritual race has recently encountered some problems." Zhao Yufei truthfully replied. After being away from the spiritual race for so long, it was normal for them to contact each other. But Zhao Yufei learned that the spiritual race had encountered a major problem. As a member of the spiritual race, Zhao Yufei had essentially remained with the spiritual race ever since she arrived in the ancient desolate realm of gods. The spiritual race had treated her well, even entrusting the future of the spiritual race to Zhao Yufei. Zhao Yufei felt a deep sense of belonging to the spiritual race. "I'll go back with you to take a look," Zhao Feng offered. "But, Brother Feng, Zhao Yufei was taken aback. Although Zhao Feng had gotten much stronger, he still had not reached the level where he could completely guarantee the safety of the ninth god eye. Moreover, if the heaven-defying faction still wanted the ninth god eye, they would definitely have spies in the vicinity of the spiritual race. There's no need to worry." Zhao Feng faintly smiled. The divine punishment god not only guided Zhao Feng in his lightning tribulation and cultivation problems, he also helped Zhao Feng unearth the abilities of the ninth god eye. In the 3 years under the guidance of the divine punishment god, Zhao Feng's dream god eye abilities had gotten much stronger. For example, dreamification's range had increased, its effects had been strengthened, and its consumption had been greatly reduced. His ability to turn dreams into reality had also become even more ridiculous. In the past, the realization ability could only be used on relatively small objects. But after some digging and training, the realization ability could now be used on objects the size of an ordinary house. There was also thought teleportation. Now, Zhao Feng no longer needed to enter a dream. He only needed to create a dream dimension to use it. This greatly reduced the time needed to use thought teleportation. This also meant that in the face of unknown danger, Zhao Feng's chances of completely escaping were much higher. For this reason, even if the heaven-defying faction had set up a net in the spiritual race, Zhao Feng was rather confident that he could escape unscathed. But this was an important matter, so Zhao Feng still went to ask a sage. "Zhao Feng, even this old man finds it very difficult to divine the current development of the situation." Yu Tianwu calmly said. "Did something major happen?" Zhao Feng sensed that many things had happened while he was cultivating. 3 years ago, the illusion god sacred land of the Chixing zone fought with the heaven-defying faction, and in the end, the sacred land was conquered. Now, the heaven-defying faction is brazenly active in the ancient desolate realm of gods. Yu Tianwu slowly said. Although the heaven-defying faction was rather active, it had no major weaknesses. It was just like an ordinary sacred land faction. But many of the major factions knew that things were not as simple as they seemed. Although this old man does not recommend that you leave, this old man has speculated that the heaven-defying faction does not seem to have much desire for the ninth god eye. Yu Tianwu added. Perhaps as Zhao Feng matured, the chances of the ninth god eye being taken grew lower and lower, so the heaven-defying faction had completely given up. Chapter 1524. Although this old man does not recommend that you leave, this old man has speculated that the heaven-defying faction has little desire for the ninth god eye. Yu Tianwu added. Perhaps as Zhao Feng matured, the chances of the ninth god eye being taken were getting lower and lower, so the heaven-defying faction had completely given up. But there was another possibility, the heaven-defying faction had changed its primary goal. Is that so? Zhao Feng was rather surprised. If the heaven-defying faction gave up on the ninth god eye, that would naturally be for the best. His departure would be much less dangerous. Feng, we will meet again. Lu Qinxin bid farewell. See you, Sister Qinxin. Zhao Yufei giggled. Her relationship with Lu Qinxin was no longer as stiff as it had been in the sage faction, and they had even developed a tinge of friendship. But in her heart, Zhao Yufei still considered Lu Qinxin a competitor. After bidding farewell to the group, Zhao Feng prepared to leave. He naturally could not fly back to the spiritual race. Even using teleportation arrays would take a very long time. Using thought teleportation only required an instant. After moving Zhao Yufei into the Dream Divine Kingdom, Zhao Feng closed his eyes and created a dream. The scene around him was that of Zhao Feng's residence. But this time, thought teleportation failed. The reason might have been that the environment in which Zhao Feng had lived had changed. Since this was the case, Zhao Feng changed his destination to the spiritual race's All-Spirit Hall. All-Spirit Hall was where the spiritual race stored their arts and skills. Zhao Feng had chosen the Chaos Heaven Void origin technique from the highest floor of All-Spirit Hall. He was confident that such an important place would not be casually changed. As expected. Swish. The thought teleportation succeeded, and Zhao Feng smoothly returned to the highest floor of All-Spirit Hall. The arts on the highest floor corresponded to higher levels, but there was no one there. Upon returning to the spiritual race, Zhao Feng moved Zhao Yufei out. We're here. Zhao Yufei was flabbergasted. She was still wondering if something had happened for Zhao Feng to move her out. Zhao Yufei had also been to the highest level of the Thousand Spirit Hall. When she saw everything in front of her, she couldn't believe it. Brother Feng, what's going on? Zhao Yufei's delicate face was filled with surprise. Returning to the spirit race in an instant would have shocked anyone. A special ability of the God Eye. Zhao Feng gave a simple explanation. Afterwards, he left the Thousand Spirit Palace with Zhao Yufei. Of course, Zhao Feng had changed his appearance slightly. After all, there were many astrals. When they went down, the people in the lower level of the All-Spirit Hall looked at them in surprise. Isn't this Zhao Yufei? A rank 7 ancient god spiritual race member was flabbergasted. Didn't Zhao Yufei leave the spirit tribe a long time ago? Why would she suddenly appear in the All-Spirit Hall? In addition, who was the man next to Zhao Yufei? Why had he never seen him before? Was he looking for a new lover? Sister Yufei, when did you get back? A handsome man with a white face slowly walked out of the crowd, an earnest smile on his face. This person was none other than ancient god Ice Origin, one of the main forces of the spiritual race in the gambling match between the two races. Later on, he and his father, ancient god Blue Distance, had fled in the face of danger, becoming the laughingstock of the spiritual race. I just got back. Did something happen in the spiritual race recently? Zhao Yufei gave a simple answer and was just about to leave when she suddenly asked a question. Ancient god Ice Origin was a genius of the spiritual race and had a high status, so he probably knew. There's only one major event. A few days ago, the Grand Elder broke into the second heaven, defeated the Patriarch, and replaced him. Ancient god Ice Origin immediately replied. Oh. Is that so? Zhao Yufei was rather surprised. Even if the Grand Elder had just broken into the second heaven, he would still find it very difficult to defeat a veteran second heaven. Yufei, who is this person? Ancient god Ice Origin looked at Zhao Feng with a hint of hostility. He couldn't think of such a person in the spiritual race, but Zhao Feng appeared to be very close to Zhao Yufei. Zhao Yufei did not reply. She left all Spirit Hall with Zhao Feng and returned to the core territory of the spiritual race. He, Zhao Yufei, you're no longer that prodigy of the spiritual race. Ancient God Ice Origin watched as Zhao Yufei left, a disdainful smile on his face. Yufei, something's wrong. Zhao Feng messaged. Just now, several people in All Spirit Hall looked at Zhao Yufei with completely different gazes, as if they were plotting something. I know. I'll go find Master. Zhao Yufei had also noticed that something was off. Her master was the spiritual race's third elder, an extremely authoritative figure. But at this moment, a slightly plump elder and 4 half-step god lords descended. The 5 of them exuded an invisible pressure that caused everyone in a radius of tens of thousands of li to tremble and immediately retreat. Respectful greetings, Patriarch. The members of the spiritual race called out in unison. This slightly plump elder was the spiritual race's grand elder, but he was now the patriarch and in charge of the spiritual race. Grand elder, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Yufei's expression chilled. She already knew that the grand elder was now the patriarch of the spiritual race, but he had personally appeared the moment she returned. His hostility was obvious. Zhao Yufei, as a core disciple of the spiritual race, you went out on your own and caused a major disaster. Do you still not know your crimes? The Grand Elder's expression darkened, and he exuded a dignified aura. The pressure of a God Lord instantly filled the entire spiritual race, causing everyone to fall silent out of fear. What sort of disaster did I cause? Zhao Yufei stared at the Grand Elder, feeling more and more that this matter was not simple. In the past, even if she made a mistake, the spiritual race would not blame her or even protect her. But this time, the spiritual race's Grand Elder was so stern that he was personally interrogating her. Moreover, Zhao Yufei did not remember what sort of disaster she had caused. Humph, since you won't admit your wrongs, this patriarch will personally capture you. The Grand Elder roared. Beside him, the 4 law-enforcing elders immediately moved and sealed Zhao Yufei's surroundings. Whoosh! The Grand Elder immediately flew over, and with a wave of his hand, countless shards of ice formed into the head of a massive beast that howled forward. Zhao Yufei coldly snorted. Her body soared into the air, she condensed a light purple blade of energy in her palm and threw it. Boom! Bang! Crash! 2 powerful energies fiercely clashed, causing the sky to be filled with shards of crystal. In the distance, several top-class true god spectators were injured by the shockwaves of the crystal storm. Unable to escape in time, they were killed. Where is my master? Zhao Yufei called out. After becoming a god lord, Zhao Yufei had been quietly cultivating in the sage faction. Her strength had greatly increased, and she was now at the peak of the first heaven. Zhao Yufei, you dared to attack the spiritual race patriarch. This is simply disgraceful and disrespectful. The Grand Elder did not answer Zhao Yufei's question, instead once more announcing Zhao Yufei's crimes. Swish! An azure saber appeared in the Grand Elder's hand, exuding a biting chill that caused the temperature of the entire spiritual race to drop several degrees. In the back, Zhao Feng slightly activated his left eye. Everything that was happening right now was extremely unusual. Zhao Yufei's return had actually caused the spiritual race's Grand Elder to personally take action. The current Grand Elder was a second heaven, but when Zhao Yufei left the spiritual race, she was only a rank 9 ancient god. This meant that the Grand Elder knew of Zhao Yufei's situation outside, or else he would not have personally taken action. This is... Zhao Feng's left eye focused on the Grand Elder, and a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. He instantly understood what was going on. Boom! Bang! Crash! In the sky, the Grand Elder and Zhao Yufei fiercely clashed. Although Zhao Yufei's cultivation was somewhat lower, she was extremely proficient in using god-level combat skills. Her fighting prowess and technique far surpassed the Grand Elders. The many ancient god experts in the distance were stunned by this sight. Zhao Yufei is actually able to fight against the Grand Elder. Ancient god Ice Origin's body trembled in fear. Fortunately, he had not done anything to Zhao Yufei, or else the consequences would have been unimaginable. But no matter how strong Zhao Yufei was, she would still die here. Where is my master? Zhao Yufei once more questioned the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder ignored Zhao Yufei's questions, his face brimming with killing intent as he unleashed a lethal attack on Zhao Yufei. Heaven Flower Palm. Zhao Yufei activated her bloodline with all her might, manipulating the divine power in her body, and struck out with a powerful palm strike. The energy of the world gathered toward this massive palm of faint violet light. The power of this palm had already surpassed peak first heaven and was on the level of a second heaven. Sky cloud shattering the heavens. The Grand Elder swung his ice saber again and again, unleashing a storm of ice crystals. Boom! Bang! Two powerful attacks collided with a loud bang. The entire spiritual race shook. If not for the fact that the spiritual race's buildings were rather special and fortified by arrays, they would have been destroyed. The battle between Zhao Yufei and the Grand Elder left the other upper echelon members of the spiritual race flabbergasted. They had never imagined that the prodigy of the spiritual race had already matured to this level. But at this moment, the spiritual race was in the Grand Elder's hands, so they had to listen to him. Back then, the Third Elder and Second Elder had disobeyed the Grand Elder's will and were imprisoned in the Forbidden Ground. Who is that man with Zhao Yufei? An ancient god suddenly looked at Zhao Feng. This was because Zhao Feng had been very close to the God Lord battlefield, but nothing had happened to him. This meant that Zhao Feng's cultivation was not simple. No matter who it is, they won't have a good end. Ancient god Ice Origin sneered. The reason the Grand Elder was able to replace the previous patriarch and sit in this position was because he had the support of an even stronger God Lord. It was precisely for this reason that the majority of the members of the spiritual race were willing to support the Grand Elder. At this moment, swish! A white-robed middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky. It's him. Ancient god Ice Origin excitedly said. Patriarch, allow me to capture this traitor of the spiritual race. The white-robed man faintly smiled as he stared at Zhao Yufei. It's you. Zhao Yufei grimaced. She remembered this person. Back in the burning heaven sea, the white-robed man and his group of 3 had suddenly attacked Zhao Yufei. If not for Zhao Feng's timely arrival, she would have already been captured. This white-robed man was none other than Bai Minghui. In the end, you won't be able to escape my palm. Bai Minghui wickedly smiled. Heh, Bai Minghui, I let you escape last time. I didn't think that we would meet again so soon. At this moment, Zhao Feng finally spoke. His face slowly wriggled back into his original appearance. You're Zhao Feng. Bai Minghui was at first rather confused, but then he grimaced. Chapter 1525. You're Zhao Feng. Bai Minghui was at first confused, but then he grimaced. He had never imagined that Zhao Feng would return to the spiritual race with Zhao Yufei. After all, many great powers of the ancient desolate realm of gods, including the heaven-defying faction, were eyeing Zhao Feng's 9th god eye, but Zhao Feng had actually appeared and even returned to the spiritual race. Zhao Feng. The 4 Enforcer Elders also grimaced. They were newly promoted Enforcer Elders of the spiritual race, but in reality, they were not members of the spiritual race, but members of the heaven-defying faction. They were naturally well aware of Zhao Feng's exploits. In the distance, the spectators of the spiritual race were also stunned, including ancient god Ice Origin. How could it be him? Ancient god Ice Origin's body trembled. Back then, he had already made up his mind to never provoke Zhao Feng again. But when Zhao Feng returned to the spiritual race, he had almost offended Zhao Feng. Moreover, Zhao Feng had just said that he had let Bai Minghui escape last time. Bai Minghui, who was secretly supporting the Grand Elder, was a third heaven god lord. It was hard to imagine that Bai Minghui had fought with Zhao Feng before and had even fled in defeat. Swish! Zhao Feng extended a palm, condensing a primal chaos tribulation lightning sword. With a light slash, he unleashed a bolt of primal chaos tribulation lightning energy. In the distance, the Grand Elder, who was fighting with Zhao Yufei, sensed this powerful attack and immediately dodged. But a space-time intent descended on his body, causing his speed and thoughts to slow down. Crystal Spirit Water. The Grand Elder had no choice but to use a secret bloodline art of the spiritual race, transforming his body into a transparent crystal. Kakrak. Zhao Feng's primal chaos tribulation lightning energy struck the Grand Elder and cut through his body, but a moment later, the massive wound on his body rapidly healed. By using a secret bloodline art of the spiritual race, the Grand Elder managed to avoid this lethal attack. Even so, the spirit race's secret technique could not completely nullify the power of this attack. A trickle of blood leaked from the corner of the Grand Elder's mouth, and his face paled slightly. In this way, the pressure on Zhao Yufei lessened. She was able to confront the First Elder head-on and even had the upper hand. Seeing that casual attack from Zhao Feng, Bai Minghui could already feel that Zhao Feng was way more powerful than before. "Everyone, come over here!" Bai Minghui yelled. Right now, he was the only god messenger left in the spirit race. Bai Minghui knew that he was no longer an opponent for Zhao Feng, but he could not leave easily. Otherwise, he would fail the mission, and he would be severely punished. Furthermore, the entire spirit tribe was currently under his control. He had the advantage in numbers, so it was not impossible for him to win. Whoosh! Whoosh! Black figures with shocking auras came to Bai Minghui's side from all around the spirit race. There was a palace king, several first heaven god lords, and some elite ancient gods beneath the god lord realm. Many of the spirit tribe members nearby were extremely shocked. No one had expected the spirit tribe to have so many hidden experts. Boom! Bang! Crash! The Grand Elder activated his bloodline divine power and unleashed a powerful attack that temporarily pushed back Zhao Yufei. At the same time, he and the 4 enforcement elders flew to Bai Minghui's side. Previously, their plan was to take control of the spiritual race and capture Zhao Yufei. But now, dealing with Zhao Feng was the most important thing. "Zhao Feng, even if you're far stronger than me, I have so many people right now. You can't do anything to me." Bai Minghui faintly smiled. In addition, when Zhao Feng revealed his true face, he had already sent a message. As long as he could delay Zhao Feng for a while, once reinforcements from the heaven-defying faction arrived, Zhao Feng would be doomed. "You managed to escape last time, but this time, you're doomed." Zhao Feng's eyes focused. Last time, the heaven-defying faction had not only dispatched many divine emissaries, but even its protector had personally taken action to force Zhao Feng's group into desperate straits. He would definitely take revenge, starting with Bai Minghui. "Arrogant brat!" Bai Minghui angrily roared. In the spiritual race, Zhao Feng had repeatedly emphasized that his defeat to Zhao Feng had utterly humiliated him. Swish! 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 Everyone around Bai Minghui began to move. The enemy forces were led by Bai Minghui, the Grand Elder, and a palace king. The other god lords and top-class ancient gods stood in the rear to provide support and interference. "I'll use you people to test out the primal chaos domain." Zhao Feng had an excited look on his face. Buzz! Bzzz! Vast amounts of primal chaos energy erupted from Zhao Feng's body and fused into the surrounding space. A moment later, everything for hundreds of thousands of li around them turned dark and gloomy. Everything in the world began to disappear, transforming into streams of primal chaos energy that wreaked havoc. In a flash, the primal chaos domain had taken shape. Within this domain, Bai Minghui and the others felt like their connection to the world had been severed and their strength was weakened. At the same time, when they released divine power, the primal chaos energy around them would devour and absorb it. At the same time, they had to do all they could to dodge the streams of primal chaos energy wreaking havoc in the primal chaos domain. A rank 9 ancient god had no time to dodge and was struck by a stream of primal chaos energy, his soul extinguished. At Zhao Feng's level, any danger in the primal chaos domain could easily obliterate anyone below the God Lord level. These various factors made many of Bai Minghui's people feel fear even before the battle had begun. Focus on defense. Break out of this place. Bai Minghui grimaced and immediately called out. He could sense just how powerful this primal chaos domain was. If they didn't leave, no matter how many people they had, they wouldn't be able to do much. All of you will die here. Zhao Feng roared, taking control of the primal chaos domain. In a flash, the primal chaos domain was thrown into chaos, the chaotic primal chaos energy rampaging through the area. Defend! Bai Minghui roared as he thrust out his palms, scattering the streams of primal chaos energy. But he couldn't take care of everyone. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye could see everything. The moment there was a gap, the danger of the primal chaos domain would use it to kill the enemy. Ah! Screams filled the air as members below the God Lord level died one after another. It didn't take long before all the members below the God Lord level were dead. Now it's the God Lords. Zhao Feng's cold laughter echoed through the primal chaos domain. Even more powerful streams of primal chaos energy began to crash into the primal chaos domain. At the same time, Zhao Feng himself began to move out. Boom! Bang! Crash! Bai Minghui's group continued to destroy the dangers around them as they tried to break out. At this moment, a figure appeared behind them. Zhao Feng. Bai Minghui's face was gloomy as he gnashed his teeth. Swish! He took out the ancestral artifact fragment and unleashed a wave of primal chaos energy that slashed forward with immense power. But within the primal chaos domain, primal chaos energy surged forward, blocking the attack and weakening its power. At the same time, Zhao Feng pushed his spacetime law to the limit of this attack and get close to Bai Minghui's group. Hurry and attack! The Grand Elder immediately shouted. He had just experienced Zhao Feng's strength for himself. Ordinary second heaven god lords would only be able to be slaughtered. Kaboom! The rest of the members immediately acted, and attacks filled the sky as they whizzed forward. With a thought, Zhao Feng took control of the primal chaos domain. Streams of primal chaos energy immediately began to revolve around his body. Boom! Bang! Crash! All the attacks that got close to Zhao Feng were stopped by these streams of primal chaos energy. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Feng had reached the Grand Elder's group. He swung the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword and slashed forward. Crack! A first heaven god lord was cleaved in two by Zhao Feng, and he couldn't be more dead. In the primal chaos domain, all enemies were suppressed to a certain extent, but Zhao Feng was actually greatly strengthened. After killing this person, Zhao Feng moved to the other side and slashed out with the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword. Zhao Feng, stop! Bai Minghui hurriedly called out as he joined the Grand Elder and the other Palace King in attacking. The Palace King and Grand Elder didn't even dare to approach Zhao Feng alone, so the three of them worked together. But in the primal chaos domain, they were suppressed in every aspect and couldn't even touch Zhao Feng's figure. Zhao Feng ignored the encirclement of the three and slaughtered to his heart's content. First heaven god lords were like ants, easily crushed by Zhao Feng. A little while later, only Bai Minghui, the Grand Elder, and the Palace King were left. But they had already lost all hope. Zhao Feng, stop! Spare our lives! It's not too late for you to leave now. Bai Minghui took the initiative to show weakness. He could tell that Zhao Feng had not used his full strength, and many of his helpers had yet to appear. The three of them had no chance of victory. Bai Minghui did not directly say anything. Instead, he hinted that experts from the heaven-defying faction had come and advised Zhao Feng to leave as soon as possible. Humph, many thanks for your warning. I'll immediately finish off the three of you. Zhao Feng sneered. Within the primal chaos domain, he was like a god in the darkness, exuding an invisible pressure and fear. Buzz. Bzzz. The entire primal chaos domain surged and began to contract. But as the primal chaos domain shrank, its power became even more concentrated. Primal chaos lock. Zhao Feng brought his hands together and used another combat skill. At this moment, he was using all the divine power in the primal chaos domain to use the primal chaos lock. Buzz. Bzzz. The gloomy space in the air gradually receded, forming three chaotic black spheres. These spheres contained Bai Minghui, a palace king, and the Grand Elder. Don't even think of trapping me. Bai Minghui roared, activating his bloodline and ancestral artifact fragment to unleash a peerless amount of energy that bombarded the primal chaos lock. Zhao Feng did not care much about Bai Minghui's resistance. After all, he was using three primal chaos locks at the same time. Because he was distracted, the power of each lock was not very strong. Even so, the Palace King and Grand Elder were powerless to resist. Bang! The chaos spheres on both sides abruptly shrunk into a ball and exploded. The heaven-defying faction's Palace King and Grand Elder had fallen. When Zhao Feng had observed the Grand Elder, he had discovered that the Grand Elder had been transformed into a death god guard by the heaven-defying faction and was completely under their control. The death god guard's Grand Elder was just a tool to control the spirit race, so Zhao Feng had not hesitated to kill him. Now, the only enemy left was Bai Minghui. In the distance, the upper echelons of the spirit race were dumbstruck by this scene, unable to speak. The powerful group led by Bai Minghui and the Grand Elder had been destroyed by Zhao Feng alone. Boom! Bang! Crash! The black sphere that Bai Minghui was in suddenly expanded and shattered. Bai Minghui charged out, angrily glaring at Zhao Feng, but there was nothing he could do. Swish! Bai Minghui immediately turned and fled. The current Zhao Feng was much stronger than before. Now that he was the only one left, staying here would only mean death. Chapter 1526. The Ish. Bai Minghui immediately turned and fled. Zhao Feng was far stronger than he had been in the past. Now that he was the only one left, staying here would only mean death. I already said that you will die without a doubt this time. Zhao Feng focused his left eye on Bai Minghui and circulated his primal chaos energy and tribulation lightning energy. The Ish. Suddenly, a dark bolt of lightning shot out of Zhao Feng's left eye, piercing through the world and striking Bai Minghui. Ah! Bai Minghui screamed as his body froze. The moment the primal chaos lightning sword struck him, boundless primal chaos and tribulation lightning energy surged into his body, harming his soul. Both his primal chaos energy and tribulation lightning energy had reached a whole new level compared to 6 years ago. After being hit by that attack, Bai Minghui groaned in pain. But he didn't have much time to catch his breath. Not good. Bai Minghui paled as he sensed danger approaching, and he suddenly turned around. Zhao Feng was already closing in, slashing down with the primal chaos tribulation lightning sword. In a hurry, Bai Minghui released a vast amount of primal chaos energy, which formed a wall of primal chaos energy. Bang! However, that thick wall of primal chaos energy was sliced in half like tofu by Zhao Feng's primal chaos tribulation lightning sword. This sword slashed into Bai Minghui's chest, leaving a large gash. Bai Minghui's body was blown backward as he puked out a couple of mouthfuls of blood. Swish! Before he could stand up, a Chaos Thunder Tribulation sword flew over and pierced his chest. "No, Zhao Feng." Bai Minghui raised a hand to beg for mercy. But how could Zhao Feng spare him? Ish. A second and third primal Chaos Tribulation lightning sword formed in Zhao Feng's hand, and he threw them out. Bai Minghui could only use the power of his divine kingdom. The shadow of a massive divine nation suddenly descended and enveloped Bai Minghui. Ish. The primal Chaos Tribulation lightning swords were greatly hindered after stabbing into the divine kingdom image, unable to advance any further. Explode! Zhao Feng narrowed his eyes and growled. Boom! Bang! The Chaos Thunder Disaster Sword that had stabbed into the divine nation's image and Bai Minghui's chest suddenly expanded and exploded. A terrible chaos divine power storm spread out and devoured the world. As the dust settled down, Bai Minghui's body was covered in wounds, and his aura was extremely weak. Die! Zhao Feng calmly said as another chaotic lightning sword shot out from his left eye. Boom! Right now, Bai Minghui had no power to resist at all. He was struck by the Chaos Thunder Sword, and a powerful energy poured out, destroying both his body and soul. Finally, Bai Minghui, who had captured Zhao Feng with one move, had been killed by Zhao Feng. The upper echelons of the Ling tribe stood rooted to the spot as if they had been petrified. They were all people who submitted to the Great Elder and chose to pledge allegiance to him. At this moment, the Grand Elder and the people who supported him had all been killed by Zhao Feng. The strength Zhao Feng had displayed was unimaginably powerful. Even if they tried to flee, it would be useless. Ancient God Ice Origin's entire body was powerless, and he collapsed to the ground as if he had lost his mind. The spiritual race's forbidden ground whoosh. Whoosh. Many people flew out. Zhao Feng recognized the Patriarch, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder. While Zhao Feng was fighting, Zhao Yufei had gone to the forbidden ground to rescue these imprisoned people. Patriarch. The traitors of the spiritual race immediately kneeled on the ground and begged for their lives. The Patriarch was indifferent to these people and paid them no attention. Zhao Feng, where are the Grand Elder and the others? The Patriarch asked. Since they were able to come out and the actions of the spiritual race traitors, he had already guessed that the Grand Elder and those mysterious experts had probably been pushed back by Zhao Feng. They're all dead. Zhao Feng flatly replied. These words caused the spiritual race members who had just come out to stiffen in disbelief. The Patriarch and the Second Elder had a deep understanding of the strength of the Grand Elder and the Heaven's Legacy race experts. The Heaven's Legacy race experts even had a third Heaven God Lord. And now, Zhao Feng was saying that these people were all dead. It's all thanks to you, Zhao Feng. The Second Elder didn't care if this was true or not, as he gratefully said. Fortunately, the spiritual race had promptly changed its attitude toward Zhao Feng. Otherwise, Zhao Feng would have never been able to rescue them. Master, what exactly happened? How did the spiritual race end up like this? Zhao Yufei immediately asked. If she and Zhao Feng hadn't returned, the spiritual race would have been destroyed. It's a long story. Some time ago, the experts of the Heaven's Legacy race suddenly descended and restrained the upper echelon members of the spiritual race, forcing us to submit. The Patriarch gave a simple explanation. The spiritual race was no match for the well-prepared Heaven's Legacy race and was completely subdued. Later on, under the threats and promises of the Heaven's Legacy race, the Grand Elder chose to submit. However, the Grand Elder was transformed by the Heaven's Legacy race into a Death God Guard, a toy in the hands of the Heaven's Legacy race. The Heaven-defying faction seems to have another goal in overthrowing the spiritual race. Zhao Feng began to think. He originally thought that the Heaven-defying faction had overthrown the spiritual race to lay a trap for him to jump into. But if it really was a trap, they would have arranged for at least 3 divine emissaries or even protectors. In other words, the heaven-defying faction had another goal in overthrowing the spiritual race. Now isn't the time to talk about this. We should hurry and leave. Zhao Feng suddenly said. Bai Minghui had definitely sent word of his arrival to the heaven-defying faction. It wouldn't be long before a large number of troops arrived. Although Zhao Feng had gotten much stronger, he still didn't have much power to resist a protector. Leave? To where? The patriarch's face was filled with astonishment. The spiritual race had been established for a very long time, and the people of the spiritual race had a deep attachment to this place. Zhao Feng could tell that the patriarch did not want to move. But the situation was unique. The spiritual race had no choice but to move. But where should they go? At this moment, an ancient god flew out from the distant spiritual race group. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this person. For a traitor of the spiritual race to dare to run up to the spiritual race god lord and Zhao Feng of his own accord left them rather confused. Friends of the spiritual race, I am a member of the life sacred land. If you have nowhere else to go, you can go to the sacred land. When the man revealed his identity, everyone was shocked. They glanced at each other, all of them suspicious of this man's identity. Let's go to the life sacred land. Zhao Feng said. Regardless of whether this man was a member of the life sacred land or not, going to the sacred land was truly a good choice. Firstly, the spiritual race didn't seem to want to move. Since that was the case, they could ask the sacred land for help. Zhao Feng was confident that the heaven-defying faction's actions were the same as provoking the life sacred land. The sacred land would not ignore them. Okay, let's go to the sacred land. The patriarch agreed. The strongest expert of the life sacred land was one of the 8 great god eyes and had the title of god. As a faction under the jurisdiction of the sacred land could not ignore such a major event. Zhao Feng and the spiritual race members hurried to the life sacred land. As for the traitors who had betrayed the spiritual race, the patriarch had placed special marks in their bodies and ordered them to temporarily guard the spiritual race. Half a month later, the group arrived at the life sacred land. By the time they arrived, the array was already open. Please. A sacred land elder had been waiting for some time and led the group into the spiritual race. Elder, the patriarch prepared to state his purpose for coming. The life god invites you. Everyone, just follow me. The sacred land elder amiably smiled. What? A god? The patriarch, second elder, and the others were stunned, and even Zhao Feng was surprised. They hadn't expected the life god to summon them this time. The life god probably already found something. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent people to infiltrate the spiritual race. Zhao Feng mentally muttered. He was confident that once he saw the life god, he would be able to see the light. At the top of the ancient tree of life was a palace of translucent green that exuded a comfortable life energy. Upon entering the palace, the group froze in place. At the front of the palace stood a tall and elegant woman, dressed in a light green palace gown that trailed several feet off the ground. Perfect and well-proportioned curves, fair and translucent skin, and a soft, exquisite, and peerlessly beautiful face made everything around her pale in comparison. The life god? Zhao Feng's heart trembled. He hadn't expected the life god to be such a beautiful woman. She also didn't seem very old. It was truly difficult to associate her with someone who had lived for tens of billions of years. The life god was like a noble and inviolable goddess, but she gave off an inexplicable sense of affinity. Anyone who saw her would feel a sense of familiarity and affection. The spiritual race members were immersed in the life god's amicable beauty, their worries instantly disappearing. Even the spiritual race patriarch, a second heaven monster who had lived for countless years, was silently admiring the life god. People of the spiritual race. The life god suddenly spoke, her heavenly voice penetrating straight into their minds. Greetings, life god. The spiritual race group immediately bowed. No need to be so polite. People of the spiritual race, have you come to ask for help from the sacred land? The life god slowly sat down. Yes, the spiritual race was forcefully infiltrated by the heaven-defying faction. If not for the fact that Zhao Yufei and Zhao Feng had returned in time, the entire spiritual race would have been theirs. The spiritual race patriarch revealed a sorrowful expression. It's not just the spiritual race. The blazing gold race, the divine tree forest, and the heaven-shaking alliance are all the same. The life god's serious expression displayed a different kind of beauty. The life god had sensed that something was wrong and sent people to infiltrate the 4 5-star factions, but she had never been able to find out the specifics. That was until Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei returned and disrupted everything for the spiritual race. After listening to the spiritual race patriarch's explanation, the life god gained a deeper understanding of this matter. What? The other 5-star factions. The patriarch, second elder, and the others were all stunned. The 3 factions the life god spoke of were the other 5-star factions of the Xiling zone besides the spiritual race. One could even say that the heaven-defying faction had infiltrated almost all of the Xiling zone besides the life's sacred land. Just what is the heaven-defying faction trying to do? Zhao Feng's heart sank. On the border of the Xiling zone, in the Heaven's Legacy Race Divine Kingdom, the upper echelon of the heaven-defying faction was gathered in a pitch-black palace at the summit of Heaven's Legacy Island. Heaven Lord, Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei have returned, and something has happened to the spiritual race. All the people hiding there have been wiped out. A black-robed elder stood up. Back then, Bai Minghui had sent him a request for help, but the heaven-defying faction had not sent any reinforcements. It's not important. The protector flatly said. The Heaven Lord next to him had a faint smile on his face the entire time. But the others present truly did show a hint of anger. This time, it was the 9th God Eye who had once more interfered. It is time to show the ancient desolate realm of gods everything we have, only one step remains for our plan. The Heaven Lord suddenly said, a faint smile on his lips and a sharp light in his deep and boundless eyes. Chapter 1527. The Life Sacred Land, the Central Secret Hall, I will give you a reply soon. The Life Dominus said gently and gently. Now that they had obtained a lot of information from the Spirit Tribe, the Holy Land needed to investigate further before they could understand more about the situation. That was why the Life God hadn't given the order so easily. Instead, she had allowed the Astrals to remain in the sacred land and ensure their safety. Farewell. Everyone got up and left. Patriarch, what do you think is going on? The second elder asked in a low voice. He sensed that this matter was definitely not simple. In the past, the heaven-defying faction had always done their best to conceal themselves and not be discovered. But recently, a massive change had taken place. Some time ago, the heaven-defying faction had broken through the illusion god's sacred land, and now they were even encroaching on the Xiling zone's power structure. This was simply audacious. Not sure. The patriarch sighed. The heaven-defying faction's actions were no different from provoking the sacred land. But they did not believe that the heaven-defying faction would dare to attack the life's sacred land. One had to know that almost all those who could obtain the title of ruler were undying, the strongest existences in the ancient desolate realm of gods. Ever since the birth of the 8 great god eyes, not a single god had died. And now was the era of the 8 great god eyes. The 8 great god eyes were the symbols of gods. Normal people in the ancient desolate realm of gods only had 2 ways to obtain the title of god. The first was to obtain a complete ancestral artifact, and the second was to perfectly fuse 2 or more perfect laws. But there were exceptions to everything. A god eye holder only needed to reach the god king level to naturally become a god. This was because the god eye itself was an ancestral artifact, perhaps even higher. It contained the origin great Tao of this world. However, as far as Zhao Feng was concerned, it was possible that the heaven-defying faction would make a move against a sacred land with a hegemon. Having interacted with the heaven-defying faction many times, Zhao Feng's understanding of this faction far surpassed that of ordinary people. In addition, it could be seen that the Life Dominus was a pacifist. She was even more tolerant of others' provocations. If it were any other sacred ground, they would have already spoken frankly and taken the initiative to negotiate with the heaven-defying faction. Of course, it was useless for Zhao Feng to think about these things now. After returning to his room, Zhao Feng entered his divine kingdom and began to cultivate in seclusion. Whoosh! A dark and twisted fragment appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. This was the ancestral artifact fragment he had obtained from Baiming Hui, and it was the ancestral artifact of the heaven-mending race. Once I control this ancestral artifact fragment, my attack power will increase even more. Zhao Feng smiled as he began to refine the ancestral artifact fragment. At the same time, Zhao Feng split a part of his consciousness to cultivate something else. His first thought was to cultivate the primal chaos domain. This was his first time using it in a real battle, so Zhao Feng gained many insights. Furthermore, he had just learned this battle skill and was not very familiar with it yet. Next, Zhao Feng was comprehending the primal chaos scripture and condensing his divine power. Finally, he focused on studying ocular techniques. Zhao Feng believed that there was still room for improvement in the primal chaos lightning sword. Within the dream divine kingdom, 1 year passed in the blink of an eye. Only 1 day had passed in the outside world. During this period of time, Zhao Feng had successfully refined the ancestral artifact fragment and was familiarizing himself with it within the dream divine kingdom. At Zhao Feng's current level, the boost from the ancestral artifact fragment was not as great as he imagined it to be, but in a battle between experts, the slightest difference could decide the outcome. After familiarizing himself with the ancestral artifact fragment, Zhao Feng continued his seclusion. It didn't take long before Zhao Feng sensed that the situation in the outside world was rather strange. Although he was within the divine kingdom, he could still sense what was going on within a certain distance of the outside world. Swish! Zhao Feng immediately left the divine kingdom. At the same time, thump thump thump. A thunderous drumming entered Zhao Feng's mind. For some reason, when he heard this sound, Zhao Feng felt a burning desire to fight. Brother Feng, something major has happened. At this moment, Zhao Yufei's worried voice came from outside the room. After leaving the house, the sound of war drums that pierced through his heart grew even more intense. The heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom has suddenly descended on the life-sacred land and is attacking. Zhao Yufei had an anxious look on her face. Although Zhao Feng had already thought of this possibility, he was still shocked to hear this news. The heaven-defying faction dared to attack a sacred land presided over by a god. The god's sacred land could be considered one of the strongest factions in the ancient desolate realm of gods. What was the heaven-defying faction's goal in attacking the god's sacred land? Zhao Feng did not believe that the heaven-defying faction had attacked the god's sacred land because he was hiding here. The ish. Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei swiftly went outside. Outside the life-sacred land's barrier was a massive illusory world. This was the heaven-defying faction's divine kingdom. In the surroundings, countless experts had arranged themselves into various arrays to surround the life-sacred land. The other 3 5-star factions are all under the control of the Heaven's Legacy race. The spiritual race patriarch looked around and said. The 3 factions of the Xiling zone were among these people. Only the spiritual race, which had been freed by Zhao Feng's return, was not among them. The sacred land was not very nervous in the face of the heaven-defying faction's powerful offensive. This was because their sacred land was presided over by a god. The ish. At that instant, a faint green figure flew out and turned into a forest goddess, standing between the heavens and earth. At the same time, all the members of the life-sacred land turned to her with reverent gazes. Heaven's legacy race, what is the meaning of this? The life god spoke in a gentle and bright voice. She had just sent people to investigate the situation, and before the intelligence agents had even returned, the heaven-defying faction had come. Everything had happened far too suddenly. Swish! A white-robed figure appeared in the passage to the illusory world. Heaven Lord! Zhao Feng inwardly muttered in shock. At this moment, the Heaven Lord gave Zhao Feng a familiar and unfamiliar feeling. Familiar because they had spent some time together, but unfamiliar because the Heaven Lord was very different from the past. Life God your mission ends here. The Heaven Lord faintly smiled as he stared at the Life God. Whoosh! He raised his right hand and lightly waved it. In a flash, powerful ripples of divine power soared into the sky around the Life's sacred land. Attack! Deafening roars of fury came from all around. The upper echelon members of the Life's sacred land had not expected the heaven-defying faction to attack without saying anything. Humph, it seems like you still haven't learned your lesson from last time. An elder several dozen feet tall whose skin was covered in growth rings walked out from the upper echelon of the Life's sacred land. God King Radiant Peak. Everyone couldn't help but call out. God King Radiant Peak was the second most powerful person in the sacred land after the Life God. When the Life God was in seclusion, God King Radiant Peak was in charge of all the affairs of the sacred land. History is written by the victors. The Heaven Lord smiled, his face suffused with confidence. Counterattack! God King Radiant Peak suddenly bellowed. The Life God loved peace and was somewhat reluctant to start a war, but he would not show any mercy. The dignity of the Life's sacred land could not be challenged by others. All the members of the sacred land were mobilized, instantly forming into 4 large groups that charged out from 4 different directions. A few moments later, the two sides began to fight. Broom! The world around the Life's sacred land turned gray and gloomy, but this did not affect everyone's vision. A battle between sacred lands. Zhao Feng was startled. He had never imagined that he would be able to witness such a major battle. It wasn't that a sacred land had never been overthrown before, but it was rarely seen even once in a billion years. But in this battle between sacred lands, one side was the Life's sacred land, which had a god presiding over it, and the other was the heaven-defying faction. Boom! Bang! Crash! Explosions rang out around the Life's sacred land. The battle level ranged from true god to god lord. But right now, the main combatants were the true gods and ancient gods, and neither side had sent out many god lords. But it didn't take long for the balance of the battle to begin to tilt. To think that the heaven-defying faction would have such a powerful reserve. God King Radiant Peak was alarmed. One had to realize that the Life's sacred land had many doctors that were extremely useful on the battlefield. But in this situation, the heaven-defying faction still had the upper hand. This was partly because the heaven-defying faction had devoured the 3 5-star factions of the Xiling Zone and the many 4-star factions under them. Members of the spiritual race, you should also join the battle. God King Radiant Peak suddenly turned to the spiritual race. The spiritual race was a vassal of the sacred land, and it was currently residing in the sacred land. If the sacred land was in trouble, it would have to do something. But, Brother Feng is the 9th god Zhao Yufei spoke up. Zhao Feng was the holder of the 9th god and one of the heaven-defying faction's main targets. Once he joined the battle, he would probably be targeted by the heaven-defying faction. Zhao Feng doesn't need to fight right now. God King Radiant Peak immediately said. As the 9th god Zhao Feng truly did attract a lot of hatred and might cause an uncontrollable shift in the battle. In addition, Zhao Feng had killed divine emissary Bai Minghui, so it was not yet time for him to mobilize this sort of fighting force. Let's go! The patriarch bellowed as he led the spiritual race forward. Yufei, watch out! Zhao Feng warned. But the spiritual race's participation in the battle did not have much effect on the overall situation. The spiritual race members that had come to the sacred land had only been a small portion of the total. A battle at the level of a holy land. Such explosive news spread in all directions as soon as the battle began. First, the zones bordering the Xiling zone learned of this. They immediately sent experts to the Xiling zone to see what was going on, and a god king even personally went. The transformation of a sacred land was highly likely to alter the structure of the ancient desolate realm of gods, especially the zones closest to the life's sacred land. The upper echelon members of the fallen heaven sacred land of the Antian zone were ecstatic. When the time came, the Xiling zone would not only win or lose, its strength would also be greatly weakened. In the western region of the ancient desolate realm of gods, in the secret base of the sage faction, many of the sages were uneasy, but they found it difficult to divine anything. Danger, danger from the ancient desolate realm of gods. Yu Tianwu found it difficult to divine the exact situation. After all, the heaven-defying faction was also a member of the Heaven's Legacy race that could interfere with the sage faction's divination. Moreover, the divination involved far too many experts, including the Life God, the Heaven Lord Yu Tianshu, and many God Kings and God Lords. Lu Qinxin closed her eyes slightly as an extremely powerful force of destiny Tao brewed in her eyes. Gradually, she saw an image. In this image, a beautiful green-robed woman faced off against a white-robed elder. Chapter 1528. The war between holy lands was completely different from the war between five-star forces. Everywhere he looked, it was chaos, there was killing everywhere. The entire battlefield was extremely large, so both sides roughly divided the battlefield into 4 smaller battlefields, each with a commander in charge of the battle. The members of the Life Sacred Land had a clear division of labor. The frontliners were the frontliners, who were good at defense, the middle were the attackers and ranged players, and the backliners were in charge of support and healing. But the heaven-defying faction was the same, and they had even more tricks up their sleeves. The heaven-defying faction had many battleships, weapons of mass destruction, as well as special formations. This made their offensive power so great that even the Holy Lands found it difficult to deal with them. And this was the extremely powerful Life Sacred Land, with plenty of doctors skilled in healing. An ordinary sacred land would have no chance of victory. It was no wonder that the illusion god Sacred Land had fallen to the heaven-defying faction. However, the heaven-defying faction had just conquered the illusion god Sacred Land and had only been resting for a few years before attacking the Life Sacred Land. This was truly inconceivable. Could it be that the heaven-defying faction had managed to recover in such a short time? Of course, there was another possibility, and that was that the heaven-defying faction had used an overwhelming advantage to defeat the illusion god Sacred Land, so their losses were not great. The heaven-defying faction actually has so many god-eye descendants. A third heaven god lord couldn't help but sigh. As a sacred land controlled by a god-eye, it had far fewer god-eye descendants than the heaven-defying faction. It seems like the heaven-defying faction's foundation far exceeds our expectations. God King Radiant Peak's expression was grim. However, he was not too worried. The low and middle-level battles had a relatively small impact on the outcome of the battle. The most important thing was the clash between the upper echelons, and on their side, they had the Life Sovereign. God Kings who had obtained the title of ruler could easily defeat ordinary God Kings. If the heaven-defying faction did not have the power to resist a ruler, they would have no chance of victory. Even if the heaven-defying faction had the power to fight against a ruler, they wouldn't be able to last for long, unless they had the power of a ruler. God King Radiant Peak just didn't understand why the heaven-defying faction was attacking the Life Sacred Land. At this moment, on the heaven-defying faction's side, Life God, why don't you just surrender and avoid turning the Life Sacred Land into a land of the dead? The Heaven Lord faintly smiled as he calmly spoke. Impossible. The Life Sovereign's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Although she was one of the 8 great god-eyes that was not skilled in battle and did not like war, how could a god-eye surrender to someone else? He. The protector smiled evilly and gave an order. In a flash, the god-eye descendants of the heaven-defying faction began to gather together. What are they planning to do? God King Radiant Peak was confused. But in the next moment, his face darkened. Waves of dreadful god-eye energy appeared in many places on the battlefield. At least 3 and at most 8 god-eye descendants were using a secret technique to fuse the power of their eye bloodlines together. God-eye fusion art. Zhao Feng murmured in his heart as he observed carefully. This secret art could be considered one of the heaven-defying faction's trump cards. At present, only Zhao Feng's origin energy could counter the power of the god-eye fusion. Through his observations, Zhao Feng realized that most of the people on the battlefield were using the god-eye fusion art in groups of 5 or 6. This method had the highest chance of success. As for the 8 of them, there were fewer examples. After all, it was extremely difficult and time-consuming. If they were interrupted, they would suffer a huge backlash. Of course, Zhao Feng was observing this because he was also very interested in this secret art. At his current cultivation level and with his God-Eye level Dream God-Eye, he was able to glean a great deal of information from observing the God-Eye fusion art used by lower-level members. In a battle of the same level, if the opponent's technique wasn't too high-level, Zhao Feng could even copy and learn it. Kaboom! The energy of the God-Eye soared into the sky, intimidating all the members of the sacred land. As members of a sacred land controlled by a God-Eye, they naturally held God-Eyes in reverence. But at this moment, they sensed a God-Eye energy that only the life God-Eye had on their enemies. Boom! Bang! Explosions rang out everywhere on the battlefield, shaking heaven and earth. The power of the God-Eye fusion art swept through the sacred land members like rotten twigs. A few moments later, the entire heaven-defying faction had advanced 10,000 li. This secret art. The life god was alarmed. She had only ever heard of this secret art, but she had never seen it herself. But now, the heaven-defying faction was using a large number of God-Eye descendants to use this secret art, instantly gaining an enormous advantage over the sacred land. Reporting. The Northern Army is no match. A soul message was sent through the token in God King Radiant Peak's hand into his mind. If one side was no match, they would either send reinforcements or retreat. But now that the sacred land had mobilized all its forces, sending reinforcements was no longer possible. Reporting. The Eastern Army is no match. Another report made God King Radiant Peak's face darken. Lord God, the lower-level forces are at a disadvantage. We can only increase the size of the battlefield and send experts to fight. God King Radiant Peak consulted the life god. Immediately increased the size of the battlefield so that the higher-level forces could fight. The lower-level forces would have to reduce casualties. The life god nodded in agreement with God King Radiant Peak's plan. The heaven-defying faction had all sorts of God-Eye descendants, and they also had the God-Eye fusion art. This was essentially one of their trump cards, so the sacred land could only do this. Fight! God King Radiant Peak messaged the God Lords of the sacred land. In a flash, nearly 10 First Heaven God Lords and several Second Heaven God Lords entered the fray. The life sacred land is only a so-so. The protector of the heaven-defying faction laughed heartily. At the same time, 10 some God Lord experts emerged from the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom. Boom! Bang! The God Lords of both sides fiercely clashed. A battle between God Lords would create a massive disturbance, causing the number of people on the lower levels of the battlefield to gradually decrease. There were quite a few God-Eye descendants among the heaven-defying faction's God Lords. However, taking away several God Lords to use the God-Eye fusion art was equivalent to losing several God Lords, and it would have a rather large effect on the battlefield. Moreover, the sacred land could use the sacrificial soldiers to interrupt the God-Eye fusion art. By losing one person, the God-Eye fusion art would be heavily injured by the backlash of the God-Eye fusion art. No matter how one looked at it, it was worth it. For this reason, the God-Eye fusion art wasn't very practical on the God-Lord battlefield. Even so, the heaven-defying faction had various God-Eye descendants, and the Eye of Life was not particularly outstanding in terms of fighting, so the heaven-defying faction still had the advantage. But the life-sacred land was skilled in protracted battles, and its defensive and healing abilities were outstanding. The longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be. Alas, the heaven-defying faction would not let the life-sacred land have its way. Since they were attacking the life-sacred land, they had definitely made ample preparations. Xiao! Xiao! One god-lord after another charged out of the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom to join the battle. Even palace kings were mobilized. The heaven-defying faction's palace kings were definitely invincible second heaven god-lords. The heaven-defying faction has so many god-lords. And all of them are of extraordinary strength. The upper echelon elders of the life-sacred land were flabbergasted. In the low-level battle, the heaven-defying faction had used the God-Eye fusion art to defeat the sacred land. On the God-Lord battlefield, the heaven-defying faction was similarly powerful. God-Eye descendants, the top 20 and even the top 10 bloodlines of the ancient races had all appeared. In this situation, the God-Lords of the life-sacred land could only move out one by one. But in the end, even though all the God-Lords under the third heaven of the sacred land had come out, they were far inferior to the heaven-defying faction in terms of numbers. The heaven-defying faction, which originally had the upper hand in terms of fighting power, also had more people than the sacred land. The situation is bad. God King Radiant Peak's expression was extremely grim. Although this is not the right time for this one to take action, I still wish to lend the sacred land a hand. Zhao Feng suddenly said. Although there was no need for him to fight for the life-sacred land, the heaven-defying faction had tried to kill Zhao Feng several times, even targeting Zhao Yufei to force Zhao Feng to compromise. This grudge had to be avenged. Oh. What are your plans? God King Radiant Peak asked. Swish. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Feng's clones and the Black Destruction Dragon appeared. The Divine Kingdom path opened, and the few God-Lord experts of the Dream Divine Kingdom emerged. Okay. God King Radiant Peak's eyes brightened. He still did not recommend that Zhao Feng take part in the battle, but Zhao Feng still had so many God-Lord subordinates. Let's go. Zhao Feng called out. Once he entered the battle, the heaven-defying faction would definitely take corresponding measures, so it would not have much of an impact on the overall situation. Thus, Zhao Feng first had his subordinates enter the battle and secretly assist them. Sacred Land Level Battle. The Black Destruction Dragon's eyes gleamed with savage light as it howled forward, the rest of its subordinates following. Zhao Feng divided his subordinates into 4 teams that joined the battle. Destruction Dragon Blast. The Black Destruction Dragon charged at a black-scaled second heaven elder. Heh, today, I'll kill a true destruction dragon like you. The black-scaled elder savagely smiled. The blood of the destruction dragon race flowed through his veins, though it was transplanted. Ha! The black destruction dragon raised its head and roared, its savage gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Swish! A pitch-black metal fragment appeared in its hand, wreathed in black flames and exuding a destructive aura. Ancestral Artifact Fragment. The black-scaled elder grimaced. At this moment, the Black Destruction Dragon charged forward, activating the Ancestral Artifact Fragment to launch a destructive attack. As a true Destruction Dragon with an Ancestral Artifact Fragment, the Black Destruction Dragon's strength far surpassed the Black-Scaled Elder's understanding. In addition, Zhao Feng had placed a God-Eye mark on the Black Destruction Dragon's body. Through this mark, the Black Destruction Dragon could obtain the support of Zhao Feng's eye intent and a portion of the Dream God Eye's abilities. The Black Destruction Dragon felt everything in front of it become 10 times clearer, and its perception of everything around it reached the pinnacle. Boom! Bang! Crash! After several hundred exchanges, the heavily injured black-scaled elder was struck by the Black Destruction Dragon's sure-kill blow. Ah! The black-scaled elder's body was engulfed by a black sun. Even though he had a destruction dragon body, the black sun continued to roast him until he was completely annihilated. At the same time, Zhao Feng's other subordinates also received support from his eye intent, making them far stronger than normal. Although Zhao Feng's subordinates didn't have much of an impact on the overall battle situation, after a while, the influence of the subordinates that Zhao Feng sent into the battle began to grow. As time passed, the influence of the subordinates that Zhao Feng sent into the battle began to accumulate, and the tides of the battle began to turn. Chapter 1529. The Life's Sacred Land. As the war continued for a period of time, the subordinates that Zhao Feng sent to participate in the war gradually expanded their influence on the battlefield. Gradually, the situation on the battlefield began to change. However, the scale of the battle was too great. The people that Zhao Feng sent to participate in the battle were still unable to gain a great advantage. Elder Hua Feng, recall all the experts who have gone out to temper themselves and request reinforcements from our allies. The Life Dominus, who had been paying attention to the entire battle, suddenly spoke. From the very start, the heaven-defying faction had displayed a powerful display that left the Life's Sacred Land flabbergasted. Presumably, since the heaven-defying faction dared to attack the Life's Sacred Land, they had naturally made preparations and were somewhat confident. In addition, not even the Life God could see through the Heaven Lord of the heaven-defying faction. In this situation, the Life's Sacred Land could not be arrogant and needed to prepare with all its strength. The Life's Sacred Land could be considered the sacred land of medicine in the ancient desolate realm of gods, and countless people owed it favors. As for the Life Sovereign, her connections were extremely extensive. However, at this point, it was unknown how many people would be willing to help. Yes. God King Radiant Peak nodded and gave the order. The Xiling Zone, outside the Life's Sacred Land, a black-robed woman sat on a black lotus platform and flew rapidly. Xiao! A streak of white light surged from behind, emitting a sharp sword intent that could cut through all things. It instantly caught up to the woman in black. Isn't that God Lord Lotus Desire? The white sword light stopped and turned into an old man dressed in white. I didn't think that God Lord Ninesword would also come. God Lord Lotus Desire gave an alluring smile. This cloth-clothed elder was a third heaven expert of a Sword Dao sacred land in a zone adjacent to the Xiling Zone, God Lord Ninesword. How can I miss out on a great battle between sovereign-level holy lands? God Lord Ninesword's eyes gleamed. It wasn't that sacred lands had never fought each other before, but it was extremely rare for a sacred land to have a sovereign overseeing it. Even he couldn't remember a single one. Moreover, the other party fighting the Life's Sacred Land was the Heaven's Legacy race. This was a battle that he naturally couldn't miss. But when God Lord Lotus Desire and God Lord Ninesword arrived at the battlefield, they discovered that quite a few experts had already gathered, almost all of them here to watch this battle. One of the most powerful forces was the Antian Domain's Fallen Heaven Holy Land. The Fallen Heaven Sacred Land has sent so many experts. In my opinion, even if the Life's Sacred Land wins, the Fallen Heaven Sacred Land might use this chance to attack. God Lord Ninesword and God Lord Lotus Desire messaged each other. Let's take a look at the situation first. God Lord Lotus Desire waved her jade-like hand again and again, drawing out a strange black symbol that shot off into the distance. Not long after. Buzz. Black flames blazed in front of God Lord Lotus Desire, forming a small screen that displayed the blurry scenes of the battle. At this moment, God Lord Ninesword received a message. The life-sacred land is requesting reinforcements. God Lord Lotus Desire wickedly smiled. Let's observe the situation first. If there's no chance of victory, this old man will not go and throw his life away. God Lord Ninesword remained indifferent and unmoved. The Battle of the Sacred Land had attracted the attention of the peak experts of the Xiling Zone and its neighboring zones. If the two factions were both injured, they could also take advantage of the situation. Meanwhile, the news of the war between the heaven-defying faction and the life-sacred land continued to spread. The entire ancient desolate realm of God started to shake. The life-sacred land. The battle was still ongoing. Suddenly, the Heaven Lord asked, "Life God, do you still want to hold on?" The Life God did not reply. As someone with the Life God and the title of God, she would never surrender. Moreover, she did not believe that she would lose. With her connections and geographical advantage, the life-sacred land would never lose. Whoosh! The Heaven Lord raised a palm and lightly waved it down. Several figures charged out of the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom, all of them exuding heaven-shaking auras. Third Heaven. God King Radiant Peak was startled. The battle had only just begun, but the heaven-defying faction was already sending out Third Heaven God Lords. Did the heaven-defying faction really plan on quickly overrunning the life-sacred land? Whoosh! 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 The heaven-defying faction immediately sent out Third Heaven God Lords. The life-sacred land had no choice but to send out Third Heaven God Lords. But is that all they have? God King Radiant Peak was rather confused. The heaven-defying faction had only sent out 5 Third Heaven God Lords while the life-sacred land had 7. Divine emissaries, attack! The Heaven Lord gave a mocking smile and then called out. Swish! Swish! 6 figures wearing identical white robes appeared in the heaven-defying faction Divine Kingdom. There's another 6 Third Heaven God Lords. God King Radiant Peak was startled. He could sense that these 6 Third Heaven God Lords all exuded extremely powerful and dangerous bloodline energy. They were definitely not easy to deal with. A hint of surprise appeared on Zhao Feng's face. His eyes were focused on a slender white-robed man among the 6 divine emissaries. It's him. This person was none other than Divine Emissary Chang, the one who had worked with Bai Minghui to capture Zhao Yufei and obstruct Zhao Feng's group. But later on, Divine Emissary Chang was killed by Zhao Feng and Twilight Valley. It seems like the Eye of Samsara revived him. Zhao Feng's heart sank. The heaven-defying faction definitely had a Third Heaven Eye of Samsara, or else they would not have been able to revive Divine Emissary Chang so easily. Of course, Bai Minghui had also been killed by Zhao Feng some time ago, but too little time had passed. The descendant of the Eye of Samsara of the heaven-defying faction had probably not recovered yet, so he had not revived Bai Minghui. Boom! Bang! The 6 divine emissaries split up into 4 different battlefields, displaying heaven-shaking power. In this clash of third heavens, the life-sacred land's god lords were on the back foot. Meanwhile, the heaven-defying faction was advancing. This grim situation made God King Radiant Peak and the Life God grimace. Zhao Feng, you must go. God King Radiant Peak immediately said. At this moment, the heaven-defying faction had far more third heaven god lords than the sacred land, and the 6 divine emissaries that had appeared at the very end were far stronger than ordinary third heavens. In this situation, the life-sacred land would find it very difficult to deal with, so Zhao Feng had to go. Wait a moment. Zhao Feng extended a palm to indicate time. What's wrong? God King Radiant Peak frowned. Had Zhao Feng seen the enemy's power and decided to retreat? Wait a moment. Zhao Feng's eyes darkened as he entered the Dream Divine Kingdom. God King Radiant Peak was confused. Had Zhao Feng gone to the Divine Kingdom to prepare something? But a moment later, he grimaced. This was because the divine kingdom hidden nearby had suddenly vanished. He left. How? God King Radiant Peak was stunned. The life-sacred land was currently protected by the Sacred Lands Array. The people inside could not use instant movement, and the people outside could only break through the Sacred Lands Array to enter the Sacred Land. But Zhao Feng had silently left the life-sacred land without any warning. Even the life god was alarmed by this sight. She also didn't understand the reason behind this. Unless Zhao Feng had a damaged spatial ancestral artifact or even an ancestral artifact, he could not have so easily left the life-sacred land. But then, an even more shocking sight took place. Buzz. Bzzz. A dreamy mist appeared in the air, and a figure slowly emerged, Zhao Feng. This energy, is it the ability of a god eye? This time, the life god noticed the crux of the matter. Zhao Feng was able to directly leave and return to the sacred land because of a special ability of the ninth god eye. In the current ancient desolate realm of gods, only 3 or 4 people, including the spacetime god, can enter and leave my life's sacred land without using any external power. I didn't think that one more would appear. The life god gave a cheerful smile in praise. Zhao Feng was moved. Even Zhao Feng, who was used to seeing beautiful women, was captivated by the life god's beauty. I will do my best to help the life sacred land. Zhao Feng firmly said. The heaven-defying faction had always been Zhao Feng's enemy. He could not allow the heaven-defying faction to continue growing stronger as it wished. When Zhao Feng used thought teleportation to return to the sage faction, he learned from Yu Tianwu that this sacred land war would decide the fate of the ancient desolate realm of gods. Swish! With a wave of the spacetime robe, several dozen people appeared. Xin Wuhan, Twilight Valley, the giant god race Grand Elder, and the others were among them. These people were the top-class experts of the light race and giant god Hull. After all, bringing along low-level true gods wouldn't have much effect on the war. We're here. Xin Wuhan and Twilight Valley called out in surprise as they looked around in shock. They had learned from Zhao Feng that the heaven-defying faction had attacked the life-sacred land. Paying respects to the life god. The light race and giant god Hall experts called out in unison. They're all enemies of the heaven-defying faction. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. Okay. God King Radiant Peak heartily laughed. As it turned out, Zhao Feng had gone to call for reinforcements. Although they had sent out a distress signal, they didn't know how long it would take for reinforcements to arrive. But Zhao Feng had instantly called for reinforcements. Twilight Valley and Xin Wuhan were both at the third heaven. The arrival of these people was like coal in the middle of a snowstorm. Attack! Zhao Feng called out as he threw himself onto the battlefield. Whoosh! 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 The light race and giant god race members followed Zhao Feng. The-ish. Zhao Feng left behind a spatial ripple as he entered the battlefield, but he did not take the initiative to fight the divine emissary. He condensed 2 primal chaos tribulation lightning swords in his hands, and many tribulation lightning claws extended from the swords. This allowed the primal chaos tribulation lightning swords to attack further and more nimble. Swish! Zhao Feng's figure moved back and forth with lightning-fast speed that no one could react to. Wherever he went, the tribulation lightning claws on the 2 primal chaos tribulation lightning swords would wreak havoc on the divine bodies of enemy godlords. Ordinary first or second heaven godlords would be doomed to die to a casual attack from Zhao Feng. Ah! Miserable cries rose and fell without end. It's Zhao Feng. Run! Panicked cries came from all around. Most of the upper echelon members of the heaven-defying faction knew that Zhao Feng had killed a divine emissary. In the distance, divine emissary Chang, who had been killed by Zhao Feng, had a sharp and murderous look in his eyes. Divine emissary Li, lend me a hand. Divine emissary Chang immediately called out. Zhao Feng and Twilight Valley had worked together to kill him. He had been reborn to take revenge. On the other side, a callous middle-aged man was shrouded in a towering red image. Boom! Bang! The towering red image wielded a blood-colored saber that cleaved a second heaven god lord in two, causing blood to spray into the air. At the same time, the energy and blood essence of that second heaven god lord were completely devoured by the blood-red saber, exuding an intimidating and bloody aura. Oh! The ninth god eye. Divine Emissary Li shot a bloodthirsty glance at Zhao Feng. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.